innovation. Get access to the expo booths virtually on day one, and for day two, visit the physical booths in our Bengaluru venue, that is the Four Seasons Hotel. And you can also catch the live telecast of both the day one and day two BPM sessions on DSCI's YouTube channel and the virtual platform at Zuttle. The registered delegates for the in-person event in Bengaluru at the Four Seasons Hotel to please arrive at the venue at 8:30 a.m. And I'm very excited to share that lucky 10 out of 100 registered delegates arriving at the registration desk on August 25th, that is tomorrow, will stand a chance to win exciting prizes worth 10,000 rupees. Yes, you guys heard me right. And if you would like to be the lucky one, please register for the on ground event. And if you haven't already done, and stand a chance to win exciting prizes on your early arrival. The winners will be announced at the physical event tomorrow, so stay tuned. And catch all the BPM updates, moments, and views on our Twitter page by the handle DSCI_Connect. We request all of you to tag us and share your feedback with the event hashtag BPM 2022. Flaunt your pictures and presents everything about the event by utilizing the photo op we have placed in the lobby. We request all of you to tag us and share your feedback with the event hashtag once again, which is BPM 2022. The two-day event will take us through engaging and interesting deliberations on some of the most important facets of security, consolidation, consolidate, or innovate, and should also focus on many important supply chain security, under security consolidation, Mitre for ransomware, cloud security governance, security in emerging tech, security outside in and inside out, and privacy sectorial nuances. And now I would also like to sincerely thank all our proud sponsors, partners, and exhibitors for their continued support. The Gold and Diversity Partner, Target, our gold sponsor, Zoom, our silver sponsors, Kaspersky, Rapifoods, Deloitte, and Checkpoint Softcell, our workshop partner, Palo Alto Networks, Cyber Forensic Partner, Third Eye Techno Solutions, Badge and Linear Partner, Armis, our exhibitors being Cybel, Isek Forte, Sekinorix, and Seesaw. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to open the stage, I would like to welcome Mr. Vinayak Godse, the Senior Vice President, DSCI, and Dr. Sriram Viruduvulu, the CEO from Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, DSCI, for the launch of IoT Security Best Practices Guide. So over to you guys. A very fresh good morning, sir.
Hello, good morning, Navyata. Yes, we are waiting for Vinayak, right?
Sure. So, Mr. Vinayak, I request you to kindly refresh your page as we can see a little technical issue. So, anytime if it gets please do not forget to refresh as you guys will be back in action. Over to you, Sriram, sir. So yes, before we have the session starting in, please do not forget to use the hashtag, which is BPM 2022. I am definitely going to be using this hashtag and let the world know that we are going to be conducting these two beautiful days here for all of you as we have speakers all over Pan India and overseas as well. Over to you, Sriram, sir.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to BPM. Thank you, Navyata, for that good introduction. So my colleagues will be joining us shortly. Vinay Godse is the Senior Vice President from DSCI, and Sai Krishna, who's the technical consultant. So it's been our pleasure to put together these two guides, which are the IoT security guidebook as well as the best practices document. So very briefly, we are very happy to launch this today, and it is all thanks to DSCI, the National Center of Excellence, and of course the Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, which I had at Hyderabad. So we have put this document together. So this has taken into account inputs from the industry, the government, the startups world, and the academia, and a whole host of literature that we sifted through in order to bring these to you. So the first one, which is the guidebook, which is about a 120-page document, it lays the foundations of all the IoT security, which any IoT project should be adopting, and also the theories, the frameworks, etc. Whereas the second one, which is the best practices document, is more of a checklist, a shorter document, about 20 pages, and it lists out the things that one should take care of while implementing an IoT security project from the point of view of security. What are the things that they should take care of? So it is more of a checklist. So it's been our pleasure in putting together this document, and I hope it will serve the needs of the industry, the academia, the researchers, practitioners, professionals, students, anyone who's interested in IoT security. So this is a comprehensive overview, and obviously, like all other things, there is nothing like the last word on the subject. There will be new versions coming out because there are new standards, frameworks coming out, new technologies, new regulations coming out. So all of these things put together, we will be rolling out new versions again. But at the moment, over a period of time, we will be rolling out new versions. But at the moment, you can click on the link and then download the documents and use them. So that is key. So while my colleagues are joining me, I will just go over a little bit about what IoT security is and what you can expect to look forward to in these documents. So, IoT security covers both physical device security and network security. It spans industrial machines, smart energy grids, building automation systems, entertainment devices, and more, including devices that aren't designed for network security. Typically, like consumer devices, there's a proliferation of them that we see. In fact, that European ENISA has brought out a special document, especially for consumer IoT security. Now, IoT security attacks typically target four types of vulnerabilities. One, communication attacks on the data transmitted between IoT devices and servers. The second one, life cycle attacks on IoT devices as they change hands from users to maintenance. And the third one, attacks on the device software. And the fourth one, which are physical attacks, which directly target the chip in the device. So why is IoT security important? With proliferation of IoT devices that constantly monitor and collect data concerning the user and device behavior, the probability of malicious attacks by ill-intended entities has increased, and the end goal is to protect the entire system. Is all the more so because we see waves upon waves of automation coming in, intelligence being added, big data analytics being done, and also 5G coming in. Okay, so IoT security comprises of various smart solutions such as device authentication and management, secure connections, and data loss preventions. These solutions integrated with IoT devices provide real-time protection from threats. We are also hoping that these documents will spur the industry, IoT security industry as such, because that is very much needed, including IoT security products which are there and solutions which are coming up. So Kaspersky has found that more than 872 million IoT attacks, or 58%, leveraged telnet, many of which with the intention of various different intentions like cryptocurrency mining, distributed denial of service, shutdowns, or pilfering of confidential data. So, according to PSA Certified 2022 Security Report, the increased customer expectations is a factor for advancement in IoT security. According to the survey, 83% of the respondents look for specific security credentials when buying connected devices. So, the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, has hindered the growth of IoT security market to a notable extent. However, the demand stays up and the demand for digital transformation is expected to stay elevated. Thus, the IoT security market is projected to witness exponential growth now. So it is estimated that the number of active IoT devices will surpass 25.4 billion in 2030, and 83% of the organizations have improved their efficiency by introducing IoT technologies. And the staggering amount of data that is being generated by IoT devices is expected to reach 73.1 zettabytes. What is a zettabyte? A zettabyte is a trillion GB. It is expected to reach 73.1 zettabyte by 2025. And the largest IoT segments by revenue in 2022 will be consumer media and internet devices, connected vehicles, payment terminals, asset tracking and monitoring, inventory management and monitoring. So, in fact, a study done by Microsoft Corporation found that 85% of the companies have at least one industrial IoT use case for the industry and enterprises. So, connected devices can give businesses a real boost, but anything that is connected to internet, as we know, can be vulnerable to cyber attacks. So these devices deal with large amounts of data transfer that's crucial from the user perspective. So IoT market itself is expected to register a CAGR of 10.53% during the period of 2022 to 2027. So lot of use cases are there, and we've conducted one use case clearinghouse workshop also on IoT security. Please do stay tuned. There is enough in it for the programs that we are going to roll out for startups, for GCCs, for user enterprises, for governments, and for researchers. So, about 76% of the manufacturers have plans for smart factory initiatives, and 83% of their organizations have improved their efficiency by introducing IoT devices. And as mentioned, the data generated by IoT devices is expected to reach 73.1 zettabytes by 2025, the perfect case for big data analytics and AI. So, some of the biggest risks for enterprises are devices such as cameras and printers. They are vulnerable because they are easy to buy, install, and operate, and they are often consumer grade devices, but any connected device is an entry point into the IoT market. So, enterprises must ensure that they protect their devices against malware, malfunction, and read the document. So that means you'll have to invest in the security of your IoT security system as soon as you can. So it is nearly impossible to control all interactions between employees and devices. So how do we do it? So the growth of IoT security markets. So global IoT security market is expected to grow from 14.9 billion USD in 2021 to about 40.3 billion US dollars by 2026 at a CAGR of 22.1%. This is the IoT security market, not the IoT market per se. IoT market itself, as we've seen, it's growing at a CAGR of 11%. So IoT has the potential to generate 4 trillion to 11 trillion dollars in economic value by 2025, and the greatest contribution is expected to be from factories, from 1.2 trillion to 3.7 trillion, followed by smart cities, healthcare, retail, and non-urban outdoor environments, etc. Okay, automotive, home, office, and all that. So it is estimated that video crime, IoT devices, and products will have an economic value of 20 to 30 billion dollars by 2025. Globally, about 32% of the companies that have already adopted IoT are considering data security issues related to lack of skilled personnel to be the most critical concern for their IoT systems. So 33% of these companies consider attacks on devices to be of primary concern. For all the advantages that IoT and potential financial benefits that it brings, the sheer number of connected devices in the hands of different people in different locations make the system vulnerable. So all these are discussed. Please do certainly take the time to download the documents right now in the links which are given, and then you will be able to delve into the this topic I will just leave you with a few thoughts that please do understand that automation is one of the key components in digital transformation, and AI as it is getting added, and technologies like 5G when they are coming, it will lead to proliferation of devices, and IoT will be one of the key components in the ecosystem, in the digital ecosystem, and that's why it stands to logic that IoT security should be a big concern, be it rogue devices you should be wary about, or how data is getting pilfered, or the big data that they are generating, how that is being used, handled, misused, etc. So all precautions need to be put in place. So as DSCI keeps saying, security by design and privacy by design should be a part of your strategy. Okay, cyber posture. So with that, I would like to hand over to the next speaker, Vinayak, if you're there, or we
Yes.
can hand over to Sai. Yeah,
Yes, thank you so much,
yeah,
Dr.
Naveen.
Sriram, for completing the moment for all of us. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to welcome on stage Mr. Vinayak Godse, the Senior Vice President from DSCI, as he's going to be sharing his views on IoT security best practices guide launch. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Navita, welcoming all the participants here for the this year's 14 Best Practices Meet. And we all know that Best Practices Meet is a theme-based cybersecurity event where we pick up a theme every year, a significant theme every year, and then we dwell into that theme basically. And while doing that, we try to reflect on the evaluations which are happening in cybersecurity field and the kind of trend that are shaping both the developer community, for that matter, technology community, which has been developing those solutions, and more importantly, the user community, which have been using the technology. So these 2 days of interactions would be taking you through all of those kind of possible discussions around the consolidation of security, and there are definitely a lot of movement both from the user side of security and also the provider side of security have been going in this direction. So we'll be delving into those. There are definitely some areas which are also gray in terms of the debating and contesting that concept basically. So which we'll be contesting in coming to days of time. So we are gathered here today for this particular session is to launch the IoT security guide and kind of a best practices book that we at the Data Security Council of India. And some of you must be aware about Data Security Council of India in partnership and in support of Ministry of Electronics and IT set up this National Center of Excellence for Cybersecurity Technology Development and Entrepreneurship. So it is kind of a national level effort to look at the technology development in cybersecurity and to look at the entrepreneurship coming out of it. And we closely work with on one hand we closely work with academia and the research community to look at the R&D happening in cybersecurity space and try to see what we can do with that R&D. Can we really productize, commercialize that R&D, and also create some kind of an investment and budget at the DSA which can be invested into some of the promising R&D work which is happening as of now or which would be happening in the coming future as well. So we focus on research, we focus on technology, and we also focus on development of a pipeline of a security innovations in this country basically. And once we have that, then we try to look at the market investment ecosystem for creating that conducive kind of a cybersecurity research and innovation ecosystem in this country. So we had been working on this initiative for last 2 years, and among many areas, we know that if you so there is a when you look at any innovation basically, and I mean to look at there are definitely some startups and significant number of startups which are coming in cybersecurity space. They have their ideas basically, and we try to help them with their ideas, right from helping to validate their idea to finding the market and even look at the investment as well. But we also need to instigate the security professionals' mind here or security engineers' mind here to the key challenges which are in front of us basically. And from that perspective, we had thought about hardware and IoT security as an important area for us to look at, and this area needs very deep dwelling and deep examination and investigation. And to one is because the kind of evolution that we are seeing in terms of the devices means the digitization going to different devices basically. So that needs very significant investment and exploration from the security perspective, privacy perspective. And that's why we collaborated with Telangana Center of Cyber Security, Telangana Center of Excellence for Cyber Security in Telangana, basically, which is again a initiative of a Data Security Council of India and Telangana state. And we thought about that together we can put together with the help of some of the academia plus some of the industry people to put together some kind of a guidance for the industry, which and this industry we are talking about two three different type of industry. So one who had been probably developing products in IoT space, basically. So can we help these particular this guide can help them to really when they're devising and designing and implementing solutions in IoT centered, basically. So can this particular guidance help them basically in the design, development, and deployment of the product? That's one thing. Secondly, can this also help to the community which is or to the user organization which are buying or deploying this kind of solutions, basically. And third is the security community, basically, which had been working, which is trying to bridge the divide or gap between the technology and the buyer community, basically. A lot of security professional services company which have been doing that, basically. So intent is to help with this guidance, basically, and try to create a kind of a community around it, basically. Try to see the innovations coming in this IoT security space, and that's the effort that we are putting together with this particular guide. So if you look at the IoT as a new paradigm for security. So what exactly defines the paradigm, basically? So one is the heterogeneity of our endpoints and devices and things that are getting connected to the network. So that's one of the important things. And then not only that, because of that, I think a lot of new protocols, new designs, new architectures are for these devices and things, basically. They're also getting developed, and they're also helping us to engage with the physical system, basically. So that's the another important dimension in terms of the if you look at IoT from the security perspective, basically. And another important thing is because we are talking about physical devices, and these physical devices in the current case had been not really manufactured at one place, basically. There are a lot of components, a lot of elements, a lot of those interfaces that do come into the particular physical devices and source from all across geography, basically. So the supply chain of these devices is also very important area from the security perspective, basically. Then the embedded ecosystem, and we know that increasingly the attacks are going down to the hardware and embedded system level, and that also needs to be looked at. The vulnerabilities that are relating to physical and digital environment also needs to be taken care of. The overall because there are multiple devices that will get connected to the network, basically. So one of the key things for security, and as there have been significant key saying in security, unless you see things, you are not able to protect them. So visibility becomes very important part, basically. And then we also see that this IoT ecosystem and the devices are connecting, so are becoming vehicles. So one is they are getting targeted themselves, but they are also becoming vehicle for launching some of the significant attack as well. So authentication, authorization of devices is one of the important part. The devices which are connecting may have a lot of security issues and problems. So health checking of the devices may become a very important part. The devices have very different architecture, probably new protocols. So how do you patch them? How do you update those devices? Also will be one of the important things that to look at. The privacy exploitation, because data that is being collected physically, I mean, a lot of those contexts of individual are connected with these kind of devices. So privacy is another important part. And then how this entire ecosystem is now enabled by the 5G cloud computing is also very important part to look at from the security perspective. And now, as corporates are increasingly looking at IoT as a way to execute the transaction, a lot of sensitive corporate information, apart from the personal information, would be also flowing on these devices, basically. And one of the key things from the security perspective that we need to look at, and that's one of the important area of innovations and also research, is the security that you want to build for the IoT has to factor the limited resources, power or form factor available for you, basically. So by seeing all of this and this paradigm, basically, which probably is a little different than what we have been doing in the IT space, we thought about devising this way, and we thought about looking at what could go in application layer, what could go at a service layer, what could go wrong at a network layer, basically, what could go wrong at access technology level. And when we talk about IoT security, we really don't really talk IoT security from the IT service perspective. So we had to, apart from the data security, the cloud security, API security, network security, application security that we can think about. But one of the key things which from the IoT security perspective is very important is to focus our attention to hardware security, to device security, to platform security, to middleware security, the sensors which are getting connected, to focus on that basically. So some of these areas which have been dwelled on quite significantly in this very comprehensive work that we are trying to put together here as a guide. And also there is a checklist which is available for you if you are happen to be developing or probably adopting IoT ecosystem. The checklist can help you basically with this basically. So and then we also know that for the IoT ecosystem, the entire sectoral stories are also evolving basically. So we need to have a focus on sector like logistics and transportation, sectors like healthcare or retail or hospitality sector basically. So we also try to drill down some of the sectors as a part of this guide, and we all see if suppose as a country, as a community, that we have to think about devising a larger strategy for the IoT security. So we are suggesting a five-pronged approach in terms of really making this IoT paradigm secure, and more importantly, all those business transactions, personal transactions, which will be conducted on these IoT devices, secure. So what will be needing basically? So it's a five-pronged approach that I'd like to talk here, and also try to see the context of this particular report that they're putting as a part of that approach basically. So one, somebody also mentioned here in the chat window, is that we definitely need standard framework and policy for IoT, and there are a lot of efforts which are going globally and also in India to certain extent basically. And these standards framework and policies not only require for the security, but we also need them for the privacy as well. So that's the one of the key areas that we should be focusing as a country, as a society, in terms of achieving the IoT security specific objectives and goals. Secondly, we need to have access to guidelines and best practices. So that's the effort that we are putting together today while using this. So which can provide some references, which can provide some best practices, which can provide some technical know-how about how to deal with the security and privacy issues, which would also provide some kind of a case studies, and also dwell into the areas that I just talked about into the IoT basically. So that's the effort that we put together. This is a key two things that will be required as a part of the IoT security goal that we need to achieve as a society, as a community, and as a nation. Then another key thing which probably will be important is we need to have the capabilities basically, technical capability like IoT security, use cases, research capability, lightweight crypto. We need to have testing ecosystem. We need to have very engaged all the stakeholders coming together. So these three four forces joining together can really achieve some of those goals of IoT security. And today, with publishing this IoT guideline and best practices, we would like to take those initial steps, and we invite the community member to come with us and really help us to create more awareness and engage on this area, on the subject of IoT security. And together, we can really we can be improve the security posture and privacy posture of the IoT paradigm basically. So with this, I would like to really congratulate the Telangana Center of Excellence for Cybersecurity to really come up with this guide. And briefly, I think we can also have a look at what exactly this guide talks about. Over to you, Navyata and Telangana COE team.
Thank you so much, Vinayak sir, for taking out time and for completely briefing us the entire thing. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to invite Sai Krishna Singapuram, who will make a brief presentation on the nuances of the IoT security best practices guide. Over to you.
Thank you, Navita. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I am Sai Krishna, technical consultant from DSCI. So I'll just give you a brief overview of the document. I would like to thank Dr. Sriram and Vinayak for setting the context and giving you an overview of IoT security. So before going into the document, I just want to speak a few words about why IoT security is necessary in today's world. So from whatever Dr. Sriram and Mr. Vinayak has already given you an overview, you would have understood like all the reports that are out there predict 5 billion plus connected devices, and the market value is huge. with minimum of $18 billion predicted for 2025 itself. And the number of connected and interconnected devices are going to be more. And the main objective of IoT was to improve the interconnectivity and interoperability. And as every advancement in terms of technology has its own pros and cons. So there is a flip side in IoT as well, that to enhance the connectedness, the more devices are introduced to a network, the more vulnerabilities are introduced, and the attack surface increases exponentially. So IoT security challenges come in many shapes and forms. So countless security flaws go unnoticed due to the sheer number of devices that are interconnected and the innate ability to interoperate without requiring manual intervention. So we have come up with IoT security guidebook and a best practices document. So IoT security guidebook is more like an in-depth understanding of what are the underlying architectures and underlying technologies in terms of IoT hardware and software. And best practices, in we try to cover the consumer IoT segment and industrial IoT segment, and finally the cloud IoT segment. So what are the best practices that the companies and the like the people in the industry need to follow whenever they're coming up with some sort of IoT solution out there? So I'll just walk you through the document briefly in the interest of time. So just bear with me for a moment. I'll share my screen. I hope you are able to see my screen. So this is the IoT security guidebook. So I'll just walk you through the table of contents, and we can go into the subject later. Like, you guys can download the document from dsci.in/content, and you can just check for IoT security documents there. So in the first segment, we try to give you an overview of how IoT has evolved from the past days, and what are the applications, the example application. For example, the most common applications being our smart watches, the wearable segment, and smart home segment. And in IoT link layer connectivity, we try to discuss the technologies underlying the IoT ecosystem where interoperability and interconnectivity has been established. In IoT application architecture, we try to cover these different segments like security concerns for IoT, security recommendations, solutions among different industries, and IoT application architecture in focus. So in focus, we try to discuss about healthcare segment, the industrial control system segment, and the smart home segment, which have been booming recently. So in the security and IoT aspect, we try to cover the hardware and software aspects of it, and the type of attacks that are being carried out on an IoT infrastructure. So in SCADA and IoT, since like IoT implementation has been rampant and it has been almost on every domain now. So even the industrial control systems, ICS, power grids, whatever you want to name it, IoT is already present there in terms of sensors and actuators. So we try to discuss about the challenges in terms of SCADA and IoT, and what would be the challenges and what would be the best set of recommendations that we can follow, to ensure that there has been a safe environment that has been created in terms of implementing IoT. So we have spoken about threat modeling, and in threat modeling, we gave a brief insight. But since this area is niche and it is an ever-evolving and ever-expanding domain, we'll be coming up with like whatever information that is being published out there and whatever advancement that are coming out there. We'll try to incorporate that into this document in the later versions whenever they come up. So this is not the final document. So this is like it is an ever evolving document. So we'll try to add more content to it and try to make sure that this document stays up to date with the industry standards and norms that will be coming up. So we have spoken about security standards like the global, as Mr. Vinayak has already mentioned, like global players have come up like NIST and NIST, and they have given their set of recommendations in terms of standards, setting up standards for IoT ecosystem. And this is an ever evolving subject, so new standards would be coming it, and we would be updating this segment as well. So R&D, so in the recent times, like what have been the advancements and what have been the new techs that have been incorporated into IoT in terms of securing the architectures and infrastructures. So 5G, so 5G has been like it has been the new norm because it actually provides us with an added advantage of advanced computing and advanced communication. So it gives you an ease to communicate within many devices at once. and it also provides you with faster connectivity and security. So there are some security challenges when it comes to 5G implementations. So we try to give a brief insight into them. And the next document goes as security best practices, as we discussed. So this is a comprehensive document. It is not like it's just like an abridged version of the security guidebook, but where we have tried to tailor it around giving you a direct insight into the best practices segmented into different topics like consumer IoT, industrial IoT, and cloud IoT. So we have discussed like why IoT security is needed, the challenges, the OS IoT security project where we have discussed vulnerabilities and attack surface mapping, and also the need for best practices. So this is how the OWASP IoT top 10 like have been predicted, and the attack surface mapping has been added. So these are the need for best practices, and these would be some of the best practices in terms of the segmented approach that we took. And you can find these resources at the below resources. Like you can just go to dsca.in/content, and you can just add the guidebook and best practices names, and you can just download the content from there. So in the interest of time, that's pretty much it. And thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Sai, for enriching our knowledge towards this. Thank you so much. And once again, Vinayak and Dr. Sriram, thank you. Thank you so much. And yes, all the delegates can download the guide by clicking on the link posted in the chat window. So thank you once again to all the amazing speakers. Thank you. And now we move on to the next segment of the day one of the plenary session, which is on consolidation, leader speak. Why, how, ways, and pitfalls. Joining us virtually, we're going to be having Mr. Keyur Desai, the CIO, SR Ports and Shipping, Head Info Security, SR. We have Aarti Bansal Lamba, the Governance, Risk and Compliance Manager Group, CISO Office, Wipro Limited. Mr. Alan NG, the Deputy Team Lead, Cybersecurity Architecture, NCS Group. And to moderate the panel, we're going to be having Dr. Sriram Viruduvolu, the CEO, Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, DSCI. So over to you guys, and a very warm welcome.
Hello, everyone. What a pleasure and honor to have such a good panel on such an important topic is security consolidation, right? Leaders speak why, how, ways, and pitfalls. So we have with us a stellar panel, Mr. Keyur Desai, CIO of SR Ports and Shipping, Head Information Security, and Mr. Alan Ng, Deputy Team Lead, Defense and Homeland Security and Cybersecurity Architecture, NCS Group, and Ms. Aarti Bansal Lamba, Governance, Risk and Compliance Officer, Group CISO Office, Wipro Limited. Warm welcome to this panel. So, actually, this security consolidation, this has several drivers, several motivations behind it. We will explore them. So one of the things is that we need to consider the costs, the simplifications, the regulations, competition, the proliferating technologies, and the threat landscape, standardization, and of course, legacy systems, and so on. So we will touch upon all of these points, of course, but we would like to hear from you first from Mr. Keyur Desai on what is security consolidation and what are the drivers and motivations behind this phenomenon of security consolidation.
Sure. Uh, Thank you so much, Dr. Sriram. A very good afternoon to everyone. When you talk about the security consolidation, there are two major aspects that we look upon to. One is the security consolidation from within the organization. So while we have all the various set of I would say set of point security solutions and how as an organization we can consolidate and ensure that we simplify our security managing practice, and also the overall monitoring and the compliance part. So that's one aspect. And the second aspect, on the larger aspect, is as we see a lot of acquisition happening on and around on various security products or the OEMs, and a lot of consolidation happening at the OEM end. So there are two different aspects that we can touch upon. So I'd like to quickly touch upon the first aspect first, on the security consolidation within the organization. So as an organization, I strongly believe that we should follow a typical hybrid practice. When I say hybrid practice, is whatever you can consolidate and have all the point security solutions under one platform, the major platform, so that any threat detected from any one of the surface vector can possibly be I would say protected from the other vectors. Sorry. So that so that makes life easy for the organization to ensure that the major threat vectors are protected. On the same lines, the organization should also ensure that the typical phenomenon of all eggs in the same basket, so that part also should be taken care. So this is more of the first aspect which I just wanted to throw light on. So more of a hybrid approach, a kind of a balanced approach. Second, while we see a lot of consolidation at the OEMs level that's happening, and let's say we have couple of solutions, and now that is uh, acquired, and the consolidation happening at the OEM level. Now that becomes very 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 important and critical, that uh, uh, we as an organization should actually look forward to the OEMs to integrate the solution at their level, just to ensure that we can get the benefit out of the acquisitions and the consolidation that is happening at a larger I would say arena. So these are couple of angles and thoughts which I just wanted to share, Dr. Sriram.
Oh, thank you so much, Keyur, for those valuable insights. Actually, both of these are right. I mean, when OEMs do engage in mergers and acquisitions, they also need to show a very good, robust, solid path to the customers, saying that this integrated solutions, this is what the roadmap is going to be like. You're assured of patches, you're assured of upgrades, and at lower cost, so to speak. That will not, they will not have to bear the burden of the complexity and cost in order to do the solutioning. And before they retire or even sunset some of the products, and how is the new path going to take place, going to be there. And also from the other side, that internally, while organizations must and should experiment with different solutions which are out there to take advantage of the innovations and all that, they should not end up with a plethora of point solutions that are unmanageable. They should have a way of platformizing and consolidating this in some way or the other, so that they get benefits from different solutions. So it is not that one solution is perfect. Maybe because of the scale and sophistication of threats that are there, it may sometimes require multiple solutions to play the role to improve the security posture, but it needs to be done in a very carefully orchestrated manner. So, with this, I would like to ask the same question of Mr. Alan Ang on what his thoughts are.
Okay, so thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so my thoughts about what is basically security consolidation, and or rather what's the driver. I think pretty largely, I believe the key drivers is probably COVID. Because of COVID, I think there's a lot of digitalization. There's a lot of organization being forced to actually transform their businesses. So as such, their IT landscape has become more and more complicated and more complex in terms of the way that they run their business, right? And very many organization has in a way has a different stage of their digitalization and in terms of maturity, in terms of even their security. So there are definitely organization will have a lot of tools, a lot of different various security services or even suppliers, right? And I'm sure that the key drivers to do this consolidation is definitely very evident to all these organizations. Why? Because the budget constraint and the limited budgets on security, cybersecurity, and yet they have a wide range of security issues to tackle. That is also something that is on their mind, right? And then of course there's also a lack of cybersecurity professional right now in the market to actually manage the merits of security consoles and tools, even security vendors or even IT vendors, right? And I believe that the organization is also transforming themselves to have a better visibility and maybe even situation awareness because of the landscape that we now operate in. While organizations are transforming, our adversary like the malicious actors, the ransomware gangs, are getting more and more professional. They are probably even well organized than some of the companies out there. All right. So this is critical that we consolidate all the security tools to actually reduce the security clutter, the noise, and to be more efficient in terms of handling events or even security incidents. And definitely there will be eventually also uh, come to a point that they have good cost savings and optimization, because I think as pre-COVID, all organization will invest in tools, maybe specific tools to address ransomware, specific tools to address other security challenges. But we reach a point that there are so many tools, it becomes a challenge to actually operate them and to be efficient, because they are all not talking to each other, right? They are not even integrated properly, perhaps. And then we are actually forcing policies and procedures and operations processes to the people to manage all these tools. But we all know that if we rely on humans, these processes tend to fall apart, right? So there's a really strong need for security consolidation to also help reduce complexity and operation challenge for all this organization. Yeah, these are my thoughts.
Thank you, Ellen. Yes, definitely. Very good thought. Thank you, Ellen. So, Ariti, would you like to comment on this?
Sure. Thank you very much, Dr. Sriram, and a very good afternoon to all of you. So, first, I would like to talk about what exactly is security consolidation for the benefit of our audience, and then I would like to share my thoughts on it. So, a consolidated security architecture is basically a multi layered approach to cybersecurity that protects all IT attack services, be it networks, clouds, endpoints, mobile, and IoT devices, sharing the same threat prevention technologies and threat intelligence. So, consolidation basically means changing from a number of standalone best of breed products to a Swiss Army knife solution. A good example would be a Microsoft E5 Security Suite solution, which offers features from a privileged identity management to data classification. So, for example, if you talk about best of breed solutions, you would go for a solution for data classification. You would go something for privileged identity management. But when you talk about security consolidation, you basically buy one tool, for example, Microsoft E5 Security Suite, which takes care of everything. So when you have multiple products, you have to manage multiple consoles. However, with consolidation, you get single pane of glass visibility, which is extremely important these days. Coming on to the second point, which is the drivers or the motivations behind it. Well, according to me, the first so security consolidation has been going on since many years in the IT industry. But what I feel is that it has got fast tracked primarily because of the viral pandemic. So, with cyber attacks against corporate networks, it has increased 50% in the past year. And we have seen that there has been a dual pandemic. One has been a biological one has been a cyber one, right? So, to defend against any expanding attack surface, security teams are increasingly adopting new cybersecurity products to protect their networks, their cloud infrastructure, their IoT devices. And what happens is that you have so many products from various vendors that create security gaps and operational overhead. So, other drivers which I can think of is would be simpler integration, less expertise which is required to manage multiple siloed solutions, and usually a total cost of ownership for the CISO. So, yeah, according to me, these are the drivers which are moving us and propelling us towards security consolidation. So, by the time Dr. Sriram joins, there is one more point which I would like to mention is that is if and when an organization decides to go with consolidation, there are 4 pointers which I would say. One, come up with a plan. What is your strategy? Does your strategy align with your business goals? What other capabilities are you looking for? You need to have that in mind. Second is a gap analysis. Third is do a total cost of ownership. See whether what is your return of investment. And lastly would be automation and migration. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Arti, for that. Okay. I got dropped off for a few brief while, but those were really good insights. Yeah. So I'd also like to bring into perspective the fact that all organizations, user organizations, are not the same. There are, of course, there are MSMEs, there are large organizations, there are small organizations, there are people starting out, and as an industry body, we definitely advocate security for all. Okay, not merely saying that it's large organizations you should worry about it, because oftentimes it's the smaller ones that are very heavily targeted. Okay, so with this consolidation and all happening, and also cloud adoption increasing during this pandemic, as well as in general for cost and complexity reasons, normally also digital transformation, many organizations are moving to cloud. Okay, so what does security consolidation mean in this context? In the sense, what does it entail? What are the things to look out for, and the pros and cons of doing that? If you could quickly have your views, starting with KU.
Sure. Sure. Thank you. When it comes to the pros and cons and taking in aspect of the cloud adoption that has actually gone into a different level now when it comes to the SMEs and the large organizations as well. Now, uh, if we just take a step back, while we are talking about all the security vendors and the OEMs, in fact, if you see a lot of OEMs, in fact, majority of the OEMs now have actually gone towards the cloud approach. So having the solutions, the OEMs actually having their solutions on cloud. Now this becomes very imperative and and actually supports the overall cloud infrastructure and the cloud adoption of the organizations as the customers. There are two aspects. Well, primarily, if we take a step back of let's say last a few years ago, majority of the OEMs used to be on-prem on-prem solutions. Now since the overall, as we see the trend, as all the OEMs have almost moved to cloud, uh, this is one of the major input that we can see, and we can take it as a very vital input as a customer, as the end customer organization, that while the OEMs are moving towards cloud, it is a fantastic indicator for us that while we as an organization, we move our data to cloud, and while we shift our applications to cloud, it becomes easy for the overall protection. So the overall surface protection and the threat defense for the cloud, for the data on cloud, that becomes quite easy. Also now, it also becomes easy to integrate. Second is to ensure that the flexibility and the ease of your usage. Let me give a very quick example. Uh, a simple example of while we have the on-prem solutions and the overall, let's say if we used to have those the on-premise appliances by the OEMs. Now it used to have a lot of constraints when it comes to any surge of licenses, or let's say surge of utilization, etc. Now while in cloud, it becomes easy to kind of expand. So let's say if there's a need to increase the license, it is more on the fly. So that also becomes easy. So now, coming back to the whole point, the pros towards consolidation and the cloud adoption, OEMs have been doing a kind of a fantastic, I would say, change, and in fact, they are, I would say, a little bit ahead, yeah, in this curve when it comes to the overall cloud adoption and the consolidation bit. But as a con, I mean, so let's say if we just have to be a little cautious on the other side, if we have to, so while we see a lot of rosy things on one side, the other side is. Uh, we also need to ensure that while the OEMs are moving towards cloud, we need to have a detailed analysis of where where are the dashboards and their overall solutions are implemented. So when we interact with the OEMs, it is for us, it is important, while let's say majority of the data is in India. We would want that we work with the OEM whose dashboards and whose platform is actually hosted in India, just to avoid the latency part, etc. Right. So there are a few I would say point of cautions while we interact with the OEMs, and that's how I just wanted to highlight that aspect as well. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Very good points here. So I'd like to ask Alan for his views on this subject.
Okay, so we're talking about security consolidation and what it entails, right? So,
Yeah.
I'd like to maybe suggest a few ways that we can actually achieve this in terms of security consolidation, and why how we can do it. But basically, I agree with Mr. Kiryu on the cloud adoption has definitely changed a lot of basically it's a game changer, right? Because when you move to cloud, you actually have access to a lot of more technology, definitely a lot more capabilities that you can do, right? So in terms of the capabilities that they roll out, it does really in a way addresses the security consolidation, or rather the consolidation story basically, right? Because basically when if you go to AWS or to Azure or to even Google, basically all the tools that you need to secure your workload, to secure your data are actually already there actually. So it's just that whether you whether the features and functions actually solve your use case, or whether it addresses your security needs, or it addresses your risk appetite basically, right? So with cloud, there are also a lot of automation that can be implemented. So when we talk consolidation, I think one of the key ways of doing it is through automation, through maybe integration of using SAW or other technology, right? And I we can even use in a cloud context, you can use infra as code, even security as code. Basically, you can write code in Lambda to perform certain security actions even before when the certain incident was being detected. So that actually really helped to bring down a lot of noise and clutter, and definitely bring down the cost, because you don't have to hire one guy to actually respond to that incident, because you just write one piece of code that can actually respond to an incident. For example, maybe a malicious login, or a login that should not happen in the middle of the night, and you can just automatically block that kind of login, or the login comes from maybe some country like Russia that you're not expecting any user coming from there. You can actually do a block, right? So there's a lot of capabilities that is available on the cloud that you can tap on to actually to achieve that automation, to achieve that even the consolidation of all these tools. Because when you go to the cloud, right, if you are familiar with AWS, there's actually a security console control panel where you can see all the security findings, all the compliance issue, even the alerts from all the security tools, like for example guard duty. Yeah, you basically have an overview of all the situation that's running, of all the incidents that is running and happening inside your cloud workload, right? So this is definitely not achievable in on-prem solution. It is much harder in the sense, because you have different segmentation, you have a lot of network controls in the place, and your security tools can only reach certain segment, or they are not integrated together, and they are probably piecemeals. So that probably poses a lot more challenge when they are doing consolidation for on-prem. Yeah, so I guess this thought is basically the idea of how it can be achieved will be really to really rely less on human manual operations, but really to go for automations and also integration, where you can achieve that kind of consolidation and also full visibility.
Sure. Yes, Alan. So cloud is, of course, the preferred way to go for many, many people,
Yeah.
barring some critical infrastructure and some areas where an on-prem solution is very much desired there, either for the speed of operations or they have some very critical operations running
Agree.
where they would rather have.
Definitely from the in the industry that I'm working in, defense on homeland, a large portion of them are still pretty much on-prem and air gap away from the internet.
Yes, definitely. There also private clouds are gaining prominence there.
Yes.
So that is it. So moving on to Aarti, really, what would you say? What would your comments be on the fact what does this security consolidation entail, and what are the things to look out for, the pros and cons and everything?
Sure. So to that, I would like to use the old adage, which is basically every rose has its thorn. So everything has its own pros and cons, and there is no one size fits all approach. So the point over here, which I can see, is best of breed versus best of suite. So a consolidated solution has clear advantages such as seamless integrations between various security components, which makes an easy, sustainable, and a scalable user experience, which is very difficult to achieve with a best of breed model. Second thing is a best of suite can also be financially beneficial since the license costs are typically lower due to the volumes. And what I feel is when I talk about licenses, there is a reduced waste because with individual license agreements, an organization inadvertently purchases lot many additional licenses for a product which we are not even using. So basically, it leads to a lot of reduced waste when you talk about a securities consolidation. Third is managing multiple consoles because you have a single pane of glass visibility and it becomes easier to train people, it becomes easier to manage things. The fourth would be, I would say, managing multiple vendors. So when you have 30 to 40 vendors for various security solutions, it becomes very difficult to manage their renewals and the SLAs and all of that. So yeah, that's according to me. And if I come about the cons, the first and foremost thing which I feel is defense of depth concept. So for example, in cybersecurity, uh, defense mechanisms are basically supposed to be in a series with in multiple redundancy so that if when one control fails, another one steps up. But with security consolidation, I'm not very sure whether we will be able to achieve the defense and depth which the organizations are looking for. So yeah, that's pretty much my 2 cents. Dr. Sriram, you're talking on mute.
I'm very sorry. Yeah, all put together, very valuable insights. I hope there are excellent takeaways for the audience here. I'd like to mention that at this stage, that for very critical operations and all, there are in fact redundancies built in. They're deliberately built in. For example, let's say in the aerospace industry, they do have parallel systems running, and when there are two redundant systems running in parallel, they give very often they give them to separate vendors to be implemented even in separate languages, programming languages, because it should not happen that if supposing you have implemented one solution and there is a point at which there was a bug or a failure, and then it switches over. When it switches over, it will encounter the same bug at the same point, and the system will fail. Okay, you don't want that to happen in an aircraft, so they give it to two separate vendors, possibly implementing it using totally different architecture design, and what you call even coding programming language also is different. So at least they will not fail at the same time. So in such cases, what would happen is in security, now translating that to security, obviously, if one of the system is there in which it is 98% perfect, well, those 2% of the time it fails, you probably have another thing, the Swiss cheese kind of a model, or in which all the holes will not line up at the same time. So which is there. So there is certainly a need for several parallel redundant systems in critical areas. The other thing is that there is a need. So there is one thing which is operational simplification and safety. The other thing is that of innovation, in which one would like to try out these bright new solutions which are there from startups and all, new products that are coming up. Probably the existing suites are not as sharply focused on certain problems as the new solutions are, whether it be it, let's say, biometric detection, so behavioral biometrics, or you would say in cloud or in IoT security or so. So then you would take this. Another reason could be cost, that a large company is a large corporate one, despite some licensing fees being reduced and all that, still the cost of implementation, because they have too many features and all, which maybe smaller companies don't need, and they need a much simplified postures which smaller organizations can afford. So with that, what are the new trends? I would like to take this the final round of our query in this panel discussion. So what are the shape of things to come? How do we dovetail these innovations also, without compromising heavily on the integrated solution aspect, so that you do not have to manage many of these, and you also have a system in which you have a consolidated one for operational simplification, ease, and your governance, risk, and compliance, while you're also trying out all of these new solutions, which you would like to see how they work out and help protect your cyber posture. Okay, improve your cyber posture. So again, starting with Keyur.
Yeah, sure. Uh, See, if we talk about the trends, the future trends, and or if sorry, or even if we deep dive into the current trends, uh, AI has been one of the major factor, which is really coming up big time. When I say AI, there are two aspects again to the AI part. First is the extensive use of AI and ML by the organizations within the organization, just to ensure that while there's a lot of data now, how to ensure that the overall data trends are understood, and then kind of AI is put into practice. Now this is more about, let's say, if we take one step ahead on getting into the typical organizations now moving towards the digital twins, so just to ensure that they can actually predict and they can actually do a lot of experimentations on the digital side, and then kind of take it onto their production side. Now this is more one of the area which is again quite vulnerable when it comes to kind of heavy usage of AI, and any lack of I would say security, uh, defense mechanisms in and around the AI systems. I think that this is one area which needs to be looked out for, and kind of needs to be taken extra care. Second part, when I say AI, on the other aspect is a lot of usage of AI by the bad actors, that is also kind of coming up big time. In fact, it is I mean, it is into a lot of predictions that we see day in day out. So it is more about kind of, so while we have a lot of threat defense that is lined up uh, within the organizations, but then now there are using AI to ensure that all these the layers of cyber security defense mechanisms can be bypassed. So again, this is also more of a worrisome area when it comes to the organizations, while a lot of focus being taken into the digital part. So this is one area where a lot of AI being used into the cyber attacks. So this is also the second part when it comes to AI. Second, as very well predicted into by even Forbes as well. So while we call IoT, it is more about, it is not also known now. It is very well known as the Internet of Vulnerable Things. Now this is also becoming very crucial as the organizations move towards the IoT space, because this is one area which has been neglected over the past decades, and now this really becomes important to ensure that while IoT takes the front seat within the organizations, I think this aspect of ensuring that working with the OEMs, the security OEMs, and in fact, a lot of startups now kind of coming up have actually seen these as one of the big opportunity, and also now a lot of startups coming up with IoT security as an aspect. So I think organizations should also now focus as a part of IoT security as the one of the important trend as they move towards in their journey. I think these are a couple of pointers which I wanted to highlight.
Sure. Thank you very much, Kiyur. Yeah, Ellen, could you please
Uh,
comment on this? Yeah.
sure. So as a personal point of view, I think the things to come, the trend for security consolidation, I think pretty much close to my heart is actually it's actually a term that is coined by Gartner, called the cybersecurity mesh architecture. So this is something that is very close to heart because that actually, in a way, very related to today's topic about consolidation, because this is also basically a approach, a architecture approach or framework, or even a ecosystem, basically to allow all the security tools actually to come together into a mesh, to be able to secure basically your organization in a modern and distributed way, right? In a manner that is more predictable and integrated in that sense. So that I think that could be a very good it will be a things to come, basically, right? Because the promise of cybersecurity mesh architecture it includes things like, it enhances your capabilities for detection and efficient response, which is quite related to what I shared in the beginning. Because we all know that, there was an era where we will just onboard all the logs to the SIM, everything gets pumped into the SIM, and to the point that it gets so much clutter and noise, to the point that security professionals are not able to respond to incident efficiently because there are a lot more junk in there, right? So definitely, the security mesh architecture will help to reduce that, right? And it will give you are able to also apply consistent policy. You're able to check on your security posture, and even play out your playbook more effectively, and definitely granting you more adaptive and granular access control to all your security tools. I mean, this is like it sounds like a very big thing, but how the industry actually evolves, I think, is still yet to come. But this is definitely something on the horizon for a lot of big organization or even small organization, where we talk about security mesh architecture, right? Because it does have certain promises for consolidation, and it has a lot more benefit in that sense. But how to achieve it, how it can be done, I think this will take a couple of years before everybody will figure out how it can do this piece. But I think some of the key enabler for this particular architectural framework or approach will be definitely cloud, right? While although some organization may not be adopting cloud in a big way because of the business nature or because of their operational model, but that can still be a framework that they can adopt, but maybe in the smaller scale within their on-prem premise architecture kind of design. But that can be still used in a sense as a backdrop, as a framework to roll out the blueprint that when they build the future on-prem solution, they can actually adopt this mindset or this architecture framework, so that they can build similar idea, so that they really have that full control over the security mesh, and able to reach into all the systems, application, and hence giving a very good security posture for the organization itself.
Definitely. Thanks, Alan, for those. We're almost on top of the time, but I'd like to turn to Aarti. Before that, definitely would like to mention that standardization and frameworks do play an important role, because there needs to be interoperability
Yeah.
between the different components and the interfaces that the organizations, different products and vendors and all are coming out with. So, because of that, there can be greater consolidation happening, because they can interoperate really well. Okay, I'd like to hand over to Aarti for her final comments on this topic.
Sure. Thank you. So I would like to talk about the what the World Economic Forum warned us, that we should prepare for a COVID-like global cyber pandemic that will spread faster and further than a biological virus with an equal or greater economic impact. In terms of what is the future of consolidation? I feel consolidation is going to increase. There will be more and more providers providing us the best of suite solution. Partners are going to build up innovative products, but at the same time, what I feel is the best of breed will always be there. There is a years of experience which goes into making the best of breed products, and they will always be there. But yes, we will see a mix of a consolidated solution as well as best of breed products. Both the things will be there. Best of breed will help us, giving us that specialized technology, but at the same time, going into best of suite will help us in simpler integration and reduce the number of consoles as well as the SLAs and the contracts which we have to manage. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that enriching discussion. I think we're all on top of the time, and also would like to thank you for your excellent insights. I hope the audience has taken note. Many of these are born of valuable experience, really, and from the deep insights from the industry and their own expertise as well. So I hope everyone has taken note. Thank you very much, Alan, Kayur, and Arati, for your valuable comments. With that, we'd like to close it.
Right.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the panelists. Well, that was quite a good start. Thank you so much for the wonderful session. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us virtually. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will commence at dot 1:30 after the lunch break. We are going to be having parallel panel sessions planned with industry experts joining us across the sectors. Well, I request all of you guys to kindly join us by dot 1:30 sharp for the set of parallel power-packed panel sessions, which will be in store for all of you at 3 parallel stages. The agenda is profiled at the schedule tab on the top navigation bar, and for you to look through the panel sessions as per your interest. Please visit the virtual exhibition booths when you find out time to interact and learn more about the interesting security solutions. Well, enjoy your meals, and I'll see you back at exactly 1:30. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to the DSCI Best Practice Meet 2020. This is the 14th edition of our flagship event. Continuing the tradition of theme-based deliberation, our BPM 2022 would deliberate, debate, and contest the ideas of security consolidation and innovation. By looking at the security context for this decade, we have kept the theme for BPM 2022 to be security consolidation, consolidate, or innovate. Welcome to the session on cloud security governance, drivers, areas, focus, principle, capabilities, and references. The session would be focusing on more about the cloud security governance on the various aspects like tenets of the cloud security governance, some sort of cloud security risk and controls, and cloud security framework. We have a very electric line of speakers deliberating on the cloud security governance. Please welcome Mr. Vishal Pranjale, Head of Security and Resilience, India, Invesco. Hi, Mr. Vishal. Welcome.
Hi, Shan. Hello, all. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Please welcome Dr. Abhilasha Vyas, Business Unit Head, Cloud Security and BI, CloudThat. Welcome, Dr. Abhilasha. Please welcome Mr. Mayur Desai, Global Director, Information Security Engineering, PepsiCo.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Ishan.
Mr. Mayur.
Thank you, Ishan. Good afternoon to
Also, s-
everybody.
Also soon, Mr. Dominic Vijay, VP, CTO at ART Housing Finance would be joining us. I would request all the attendees to share their questions on the chat and Q&A window. Also, the session would be moderated by Dr. Abhilasha Vyas. Over to you, Dr. Abhilasha.
I think she might be
Yeah,
facing some issues.
Abhilasha, we are unable to hear you.
Yeah, so I think there is some little glitch with the Dr. Abhilasha. So she will be joining in a minute.
Okay.
So by the time Abhilasha joins, why don't we start at least with the agenda of the topic? And I think hopefully by that time Abhilasha would join.
I think Ishan is just dropped, went backstage. Okay, let's give a minute, Ishan. Okay. Ishan, you are able to hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, guys. Uh, I think we have Abhilasha back again. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. So, yeah.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
There was some technical issue. I thought, okay, perfect.
So good to
So I
have
think
you.
we can
Let's get
start our
started.
discussion.
Yeah.
Right, Mayur and Vishal. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for having all of us here for discussing this very important topic. So we have seen that in the current context of rapid digitization, the cloud has emerged as a key enabler for organizations and looking to adopt the technology at a very faster pace to improve the productivity, scalability of operations, and to drive innovative delivery of products and services. So, against the backdrop of rapid digitization and growing adoption of cloud, The fundamental intent of this panel discussion is basically to establish best practices in cloud security governance and assurance, the key driver which we can use to make our secure infrastructure. Thank you so much, Ishan, for introducing us, and thank you, my panel member, for joining for this discussion. So I'll just give you a little background on cloud governance and what are the things which we are going to discuss in today's panel discussion. So the underlying guiding principle when it comes to governance is that when you take care of even the smallest thing, as it might lead to the larger security ramifications. So we have to take each and everything as an important aspect when we are configuring, when we are managing the settings for the security things. So hence the robust security assurance and governance framework is very, very imperative for enterprises. And any governance mechanism essentially comprise of three things I can say. The first is that taking every possible step to prevent unwanted instance. The second is that it should have capability to identify and remediate any undesirable event. And the most important and the third point is they should have mechanism to minimize its impact. So these are the three important things which we should be taking care whenever we will be implementing any kind of governance mechanism. Also, we can say that security governance is cloud environment which helps to solve challenges which are based around the business outcomes, objectives, any kind of risk management. So in a total, if I want to summarize and if I want to say that cloud governance is set of rules and policies adopted by companies that run services in the cloud, and the goal of cloud governance we can say is to enhance first the data security, second, manage risk, and also enable the smooth operation of cloud systems. So the cloud makes it easier, like even for the teams to manage and deploy the resources with a single click. Plus, we know that it's very easy to manage the entire infrastructure at a single click, even at the on-prem or at the cloud. But again, all these easiness are also coming up with a lot of challenges which we need to work on, which we need to set up, and all those points we are going to discuss in today's panel discussion because we know that cloud governance is very, very important area because it ensures that assets deployment, the system integration, data security, and other aspects of cloud computing should be properly planned, considered, and managed. So, the policies which are helping us in managing these aspects. So, it is very, very highly dynamic in the cloud environment. So, that's why we need to make different groups, we need to manage the different vendors, we need to work in the multi cloud environment. So, all these complex environment requirement we need to meet. And cloud governance initiatives are ensuring that we are meeting this complex environment, organizational policies, security best practices, and compliance obligations. So, right planning and procedures around cloud security, assurance, and governance will surely help in secure infrastructure. So, with this, I hope that you got the understanding that for all points we are going to discuss in today's session, and what are questions we have, all the things which are related around the cloud governance, how we can make the best use of cloud governance policies. So, I will be first starting. My questions, which I've framed to understand this topic in a better way, I would like to ask Vishal, what is your take on the primary key tenets of cloud security governance?
Thank you very much, Dr. Abhilasha. I think this is a very apt question nowadays, considering the cloud security aspects. So, I think when we talk about cloud, the understanding nowadays is once we offload our information to the cloud vendor, then our job is done. So most of the organizations are thinking like that, but the final accountability lies with the organization, right? So, whenever we are trying to shift some critical information to the cloud, a very strong security governance framework, I think that's most important for any cloud. Nowadays, many organizations are facing the problem of similar to kind of a shadow IT, wherein the businesses they themselves reach out to the cloud vendor and they involve the technology and security team in the last leg of the contract finalization stage. So I think in any organizations we need to have a very strong security framework for the cloud, so that any cloud requirement, there should be a proactive involvement of technology and security in terms of reviews and in terms of approvals, and then only the business should go for the cloud vendor services. Again, the as usual, the basic tenets of the cloud security also start with the secure by design principle. I think that's the most basic and the hygiene for any security framework. So even for the cloud also, you can start secure by design principle. So how all the aspects of security framework, like securing all layers in cloud also. In cloud, what happens is the attack surface changes, because in on premises you have all your infrastructure within your premises. Now in cloud, you are providing all that infrastructure and your information to some third party cloud vendor, who is having your information in their premises. So of course it has its own issues like multi-tenancy. You don't have any visibility on what's happening in their premises, what all the physical security aspects, what all the environmental security aspects. Of course, the vendor would provide all the assurance that it's 100% perfect, but having a vendor neutral view and having a vendor neutral cloud security assessment, that is also one of the most important part of the cloud security framework. That's what I would say. Some of the other primary tenets of cloud security is, again, as usual, protect your information either in transit or at rest. Then you should enable the traceability. Where is your information flowing, what all the logs you have, what is the monitoring mechanism for that, how you can minimize the attack surface, and also the incident response. Because if you look at the Thales security report for 2022, the cloud breaches has been increased to 45%. So that's 5% more from last year. So it's a myth that if we are offloading some information to cloud, we are more secure. So that's not the case. So definitely you need to have all the security practices in place with the strong security governance framework, and then I'm sure you will have your information more secure in cloud as well. So I think these are the primary tenets of cloud, Abhilasha, in my view.
Thank you so much, Vishal. And really, these are the important points which every organizations need to take care when it comes to incident response, when it comes to vendor comparison, when it's come to the security, and when the organizations are moving from on-prem to cloud. So there are a lot
Right.
of security challenges when the organizations, because a lot of the confidential applications are running at the on-prem, but now organizations are moving them also to the cloud so that the employees can also have a remote access. So in that case also, there are a lot of security measures which we need to take care. So my next question will be from you, Mayur, that what are the security risks of cloud computing or cloud environment, which any organizations needs to prepare while they are migrating to the cloud?
Okay. Thank you, Abhilasha, for that question, and very apt question in today's environment, right? So, I don't see any organization who has not adopted cloud journey, right? So, all the organization have started their footprints into cloud. The percentages differ. Somebody is already in a mature stage of 100% cloud migration. Some of the organizations are at the middle tier where they are 50% cloud, 50% on-prem, and there are organizations who have just started their journey, right? But I don't see any organization who haven't started for the sheer benefits that organization is getting from the cloud computing infrastructure, right? So that's a very apt scenario for today. So first and foremost thing, before an organization starts to think what are the security measures that you need to implement, or the areas that you need to focus when an organization starting its journey, is first to try and understand uh, what's your business objective, what is that you want to achieve when you're trying to migrate your organization strategy into cloud, right? So first understand organization objectives, what is that you want to achieve. Second, then work on having a clarity on what's going to be your strategy, on what kind of deployments you want to do, what kind of cloud model you want to implement. You want to do infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, security as a service, software as a service. So depend look at what kind of model meets your organizational objective. Have a clear understanding with your business lines, make a proper strategy around it, right? So once you have these areas clearly dotted on what's going to be your cloud deployment model, how what kind of workloads you're going to have, what kind of connectivity you're going to set up between your on-prem to your data centers, so on and so forth. So have a clear strategy on that. And once you have a clear strategy on that, now I am taking an opportunity to jump into what are the areas any organization typically should look at from a security concerns. What are the security risks that cloud infrastructure will pose? And 80% of them are no different from what you have on on-prem, right? As Vishal said, the threat landscape, the attack surface is larger in cloud because a lot of organizations choose to do public cloud implementation, so on and so forth, right? So the attacks are much larger and much more when compared to on-prem, which is between the four walls of your data center, very well managed, right? So coming back to the areas, first and foremost, which I've been in information security domain for last 2 decades, and identity access management still remains to be first and foremost areas of security that you need to start working on. So in today's world, having an SSO with Okta kind of a thing, which is a basic security controls that you need to have, having an MFA as part of identity access management, having an RBAC, all these are base levels of security controls that you need to have for a proper identity access management implementation. Second, as Vishal also touched base, right? It's not just that you dump your data on the cloud platform and your CSP, cloud service provider, takes care of it. No, you need to know what kind of data are you dumping into cloud. What's the classification of the information that you're dumping in the cloud, whether it's confidential, whether it's restricted. You really need to understand from a business perspective what's the value you are assigning to the data. You need to know the value of the data, right? Today data is the most critical element for business, right? And you need to ensure it is protected. And we shall also touch based on how the data is protected at rest, in transit, what are the controls that you have, how is the data protected runtime when the data is sitting there on the cloud. So data protection completely, what kind of technologies do you have, what kind of tools you have for data loss prevention. And then you have with cloud you have another capability which is quite familiar in today's environment. Most of the organizations have, which is called as CASB, so cloud security access brokers. So most of the organizations keep this kind of a technology to kind of look at the data point of view and see how it can be protected, right? So that's one other area. Another foremost important aspect is infrastructure security, right? What kind of network controls, what kind of firewalls, IDS, IPS capabilities have you implemented? What's your logging? Have you, again, we shall also touch based on what kind of logging have you enabled? What kind of network security control groups have you enabled? How are your apps being deployed, so on and so forth. So infrastructure point of view, you really need to have a good understanding. Now comes another important aspect, which is the vulnerability management, right? So you do it on prem today, but in cloud, because of the sheer the speed at which the infrastructure can be spin up, spin down, workloads can be spinned up. So you really need to have a strong, robust vulnerability management program, right? So anything that gets spun up, before that you need to have a compliance check on what workloads are being spin up, whether it's compliant with your policy standards, so on and so forth. So robust, strong vulnerability management program is a very, very important in today's environment, specifically on the cloud side of it. And it needs to be a continuous process. It cannot be a one time or a half yearly or a quarterly process. It needs to be a continuous process as well. And then comes for cloud, there is a new area that most of the organizations have started working. Most of the big fours have started working. Most of the organizations kind of cater to cyber threat intelligence platforms which are integrated with your SIM platforms, right? So there is a lot of hacks happening around, a lot of new vulnerabilities are being detected every day as we speak, right? So that intelligence needs to be brought in properly and integrated in your organization security tools, right? So that's very, very important aspect today to stay ahead of curve, right? It's not that you react when you are compromised. You need to be more proactive. So see, cyber threat intelligence platforms is becoming more and more important to have as part of your security stack. And then last comes, this is the last point I want to focus on emphasis, which is very, very important from a business point of view, from an organization point of view, is the resiliency. And I cover resiliency to two parts. One is the cyber resiliency, how faster you detect, respond, recover. That's the cyber capability part of it. And the resiliency can be from the infrastructure point of view as well. What's your BCP-DR capability? What's your recovery capability from an infrastructure? If something goes down, how much of resiliency have you built in for your infrastructure? So I think these are some of the key areas any organization should look at when they think about moving into the cloud platform or cloud journey they needs to look at. So this is at a very high level my view on what organization should focus. So over to
I
you,
think
Abhilash.
very aptly you said, Mayur. I just want to add one main key point here. The basic difference between the cloud and on-premises is in terms of security risk. So with the cloud vendor, multi-tenancy, the cloud vendor is managing the information of multiple organizations at the same time. So one of the key security risk is how you are making sure that your information do not have any other organization do not have any visibility on your information, and it is not leaked in the cloud environment. So I think that is also one of the key point which the organization needs to look into.
Sure, that's a
Yeah,
good
very
point.
rightly said. Yeah. So thank you so much for bringing your ideas on this particular question. So I completely agree with you what you have said. So I just want to summarize it that whenever enterprises are moving from on-prem to cloud or they are planning their security strategy, so that strategy should encompass the process and mechanism which can be used to control not only the security but the compliance also and other risks which are associated with the cloud computing. So as you rightly shared, Mayur, that the security strategy should not only address the access or risk management and governance, but it also should be covering the range of other security concerns, like you rightly said, the data to applications, what and how much access we are giving to the applications, to the data, to the person those who are using those applications, and very well rightly said the use of the tool that is kind of a cache B solutions, and also to again secure the entire infrastructure like host network. You want to keep your ports open or you want to use passion, so you can plan your entire strategy and then you can have an entire control of the logs with the use of some sim tools, some monitoring tools. So it's wonderful to have such strategy where we can have control of the entire resources and we have access to the logs through which we can deep dive into the patterns, we can deep dive into the access mechanism which the people or the users are using for the infrastructure. So this is becoming a more interesting discussion with the questions, and I see that the audience are also participating in this. So this is really going to be a very fruitful discussion for all. So my next question will be from you, Vishal, that what do you think, like, is security risk is getting reduced to an acceptable level? What's your take on that?
Very interesting question, Abhilasha. Whether the security risk are getting at the acceptable level by just selecting a cloud vendor or not. So, in my opinion, I would say it's a myth. I mentioned in the first question also, just offloading the information to the cloud vendor doesn't make us more secure. Of course, the cloud vendor they have more security services to provide, and as an organization, we can very well use that, but we need to make sure that it is the accountability and responsibility lies with the organization. Everyone might have heard about the shared responsibility model. So for the basic services, of course, the cloud vendor would make sure that their infrastructure is secure and they have ISO 27001 certifications and all those things. But when it comes to organization information, organization data, it is the organization, they need to make sure that all the security best practices are in place. So I don't think by just migrating to cloud make any organization more secure. By the way, I just want to ask the attendees, or Abhilasha, you or Mayur, what do you think? When was the last attack on the cloud infrastructure or cloud vendor? If you look at the statistics, in fact, AWS got breached just in 2 months before in May, wherein they lost around 6.5 terabytes of information, which was belonging to the Pegasus Airlines. So what I'm trying to say here is the cloud vendor, while providing the security services, that doesn't mean that they are more secure. how do we implement it, how do we configure it, whether we configure it properly with, you know, taking advantage of all their services or not, taking advantage of all their security aspects or not. In case if the organizations are just taking the services without configuring it properly, then it's of no use. So the the security risk are same, I would say. In fact, it is increased because, as I mentioned, the attack surface, it's change, and it's increased rather with the multi-tenancy in picture. So definitely we need to have all the security best practices and security hygiene and have the risk aware culture in place. And I don't think it is the security risk by just offloading the information to the cloud vendor, it is reduced. I would say either it is same or probably increase, and organization needs to work on it. That's my take.
Right, Vishal. Yeah, I completely agree with you that it's up to us that how we are going to configure those security services, because when we talk about the shared responsibility model, the responsibility is shared between the customer and the cloud service provider. So if both are having the responsibility, they both have to take the charge also. Like we can't say that, okay, everything is on cloud, so we are secure. For
Right.
example, like let's say if you are using Azure, so in that Azure, if every user who is part of that Azure AD is having that global admin role, where your security is, everybody is having access to everything. So we have to work
Correct.
on the different models like zero trust architecture, least privilege access. So all these are the terminologies which needs to be taken care when you are trying to configure your security and the measures. So, okay, so let's have a few more discussion on the validations of the security controls and their effectiveness against the security risks. So, Mayur, what your take on
Mhm.
that? That is there we have any mechanism for validation of the security controls and their effectiveness if we talk against the cyber risk in the cloud?
So that's an interesting question. So if you're asking me, Abhilasha, what's the best way to validate some of the security controls, right? So today, in today's environment, we have specifically on the cloud, we have a good capability called as cloud security posture management, right? That's a platform that actually gives you complete visibility on how you've set up your cloud platform, what are the risks that are coming up. Everything is highlighted, so you have an opportunity to use the industry best practices when it comes to how the controls are implemented in terms of CIS. Then you have your organizational policies and standard that you can configure and deploy, and the cloud posture management gives you a complete view on how effectively your policies and controls are kind of implemented in the organization. That's one way to look at it. Second way to look at it is we have certain cloud native tools also in Azure. You have in AWS, every cloud platform gives you a native tools to give you a complete risk posture of each of the workloads that you're deploying, how you have deployed your workload servers, how you have configured everything, how you are how you have implemented your identities, how what kind of permissions you have given for everything. There is a recommendations coming based on the policies and the industry standards that are there. So you look at some of those postures and the native tools that are being given to you, configure it appropriately. Anything that you see with a high risk from the native solutioning or from the posture management, immediately remediate. Anything which is moderate to high, do not leave it to be addressed for future. Rather, it needs to be immediately, or there needs to be a certain orchestration that you can build in. Anything that you see is as high risk, that particular specific workload needs to be uninstalled or removed from the instance itself, right? So there are certain ways and mechanisms and processes in which you can monitor how effectively you are kind of doing it. Other way of doing and going little one step ahead, right? How do you test your controls, right, whether they are working effectively or ineffectively? So today in the CISO's organization, you have red teaming, you have blue teaming, right? I'm just touching upon some of the topics that we have not spoken about, which is red teaming, blue teaming. So leverage your red teaming capability, blue teaming capability to kind of penetrate and see some of your cloud platforms to see what is vulnerable, what is not vulnerable, and see look at the results from your internal capability. That's one way of doing it. And the last and other aspect that I've leveraged personally in my professional experience is I engage a third party vendor to come and test my security controls for my cloud platform and give them a plain vanilla greenfield and say, please go ahead and try and breach our environment and tell us where we are going wrong, right? And that way I will make sure my blue teaming is kind of looking at whenever the third party is testing, are we able to detect each of the phases in which they are trying to break into our systems? Is the logging working perfectly? If they are able to breach, are we able to detect it in advance? So this kind of exercise kind of gives a complete clear in-depth visibility of how effectively have you implemented your cybersecurity controls or information security controls in your organization. And I'm sure there are a lot of learnings that I have seen in my past experience coming from these activities, and then you work on some of those areas and try and fix those areas. I've seen a lot of issues that have been shown that our AD was compromised, some of the ADs are compromised, some of the identities which are out there. GitHub has a lot of codes which are there from where the identities are stolen. So the, there are a lot of learning that comes from him. So there is no 100% security. This is a continuous learning process. Once you identify something, you kind of go back and see how you increase your strategy, change your strategy to identify the gaps that you have identified, and then have a regular governance on some of these activities and manage your security risk posture. So there's no single silver bullet on how you secure it. It's multiple efforts that you need to put in as an organization, and it's a continuous process. It doesn't stop anytime.
Very rightly assess and formulate the points, Mayur, from your side. It's really good to have the people, experienced people like you discussing on this topic. So I just want to add few points from my side because I'm also working in this area. I've also seen that people are having a lot of tools and techniques which they are using, but maybe they are not aware about the cloud native tools, the one which you have pointed out, that you can yourself assess your security settings like CIS controls and all. Like I'll give you example of Azure. We have a very good tool that is Defender for Cloud. So you have all those security score which is coming to you, and not only the score, you also have the recommendations also. Like we have not set up the MFA for all the identities, so you have that fixing of there also. So that cloud service providers are giving us the opportunities to secure our environment, but we have to move towards. We have to take one step ahead to understand the services which are available. So that is also important if you want to have your security configuration. Your team of the people, those who are going to run that, they should also be trained properly on the available services. So we have to train them in such a way that they can understand and analyze the entire environment, and based on that, they can plan the policies and the strategies. So I completely agree with you, and really, this is a very interesting discussion which is happening. So one more question I want to throw on Vishal, that what do you think are the security investment on the cloud is yielding the desired results? What do you say on this?
Uh, I would say it's a tricky question, and but quite interesting question. The security investments in cloud, whether it's yielding the desired results or not, I would say yes. From a operational perspective, from a security operations perspective, also definitely it's yielding positive results. And I can give you a very simple example of, let's say, automating some of the infrastructure. Many cloud vendor uses infrastructure as a code. So you use your development techniques and create a template which will have a VM, virtual machine, or a server a configuration in that particular template. And again, you don't have to configure it from scratch. Of course, if you are considering all the security aspect, the security baselining from scratch, and bringing or building your template, then definitely it's very useful for any organization on 2 points. First thing is, once you automate this particular process, every template will have the security baseline automatically configured. Plus, the organizations are saving a lot of time on configuring these robust servers, wherein in on premises you need to order it and it takes 4 weeks to 6 weeks, and then you need to configure each server separately. But in the cloud environment, it just click of a button, and then boom, you have the server ready. So in all the security operational aspects, definitely it's yielding the positive results, provided if your cloud strategy is good, or I would say is finalized towards your business objectives. Like Mayur also mentioned this particular thing. if you have a cloud strategy which is aligned to your business objective, and then you are working in that particular direction, then definitely you would get the return on investment on that. And at the operational level, as I mentioned, it is definitely giving some breather to the organizations, wherein on one click you get a lot of services. If you want to just, let's say, another example is configure, say, multi-factor authentication, you can just take the AWS multi-factor authentication service, and again on one click it will get configured, wherein you don't have to break your head in deciding on which tool you need to go for and do the vendor assessments or POCs for different tools. So I would say it's bringing very good results from operational perspective if your strategy is aligned with these operations and as well as with the business objective. And as you all know that now cloud is the future. Mayur also said that most of the companies they are adopting cloud. I am seeing most of the startups they are going with the cloud services because it becomes easy for them and very much feasible. They don't have to focus on the administrative task. They can focus on their main core business. So my take is definitely it's giving the positive results.
And I
Right.
think just to add to what Vishal is saying, right, today, uh, uh, doing business, it comes at a cost, right? So
All
cost
right.
is nothing but building up a required baseline when it comes to cybersecurity, right? So any business who wants to drive their digital transformation, there is a certain cost associated to it from how you're going to secure it, right? So that's the cost of the business that you will do have to do it, right? So today anything that you do it over the internet, any business that you want to run it over internet, over cloud, has to be a certain cost allocated how you're securing, and that's the cost that you every organization is willing to implement to secure their infrastructure, right? That's by default. On day one they're getting the returns of it. Second is how well you're strategizing your security strategy is going to yield the benefits in how you're avoiding all the breaches, all the attacks that are happening against your organization at all the point in time, right? So it all depends on how well you have structured, well how well you have defined your capability in cloud in from that point of view, right? So it's definitely a cost that business has to bear it, but there are definitely returns because you definitely see the capability of some of the security products that we have today, which we have deployed in cloud, and how well it is protecting our cloud environment and business environment on the cloud infrastructure. So that's another
That's
uh,
yeah, that's
important
that's
aspect.
that's very true. And in terms of cost, also it's quite less because they don't have to build the data center. They don't have to build the heavy servers. So it's everything on the cloud. So I think yes, cost optimization is also there.
Yeah, perfect. So I have few more questions with me, but then I thought that let's pick some questions from the participant because there is other discussion is also going on over here. So I'll
Sure.
take the first question from the Anand Kumar. So the question is, especially these days, vendors come with a schedule or trigger-based data collection and governance imposition to it. What would be your suggestion to get hold on security situation which misses a schedule and how continuous compliance will be maintained?
Can you, if you don't mind, can you uh, put the question once again? I missed
Yeah,
out
so
on
the
catching up with
question
that.
is like the vendors are coming with a schedule or trigger based approach based on the data collection and governance imposition to it. Now they want to understand that what is your suggestion to get hold on security situation which misses a schedule or how continuous compliance will be maintained. So
I
it's a
I
trigger
have
based or data collection kind of a situation they are want to
I
discuss.
have an interesting solution for this particular question. You should have a trigger configured for any missing trigger. So, so in case if you are missing on any trigger, you can have a notification. And I know about AWS. I'm not sure about Azure or Google Cloud. In case if you are missing on anything, then you can have the notification configured, and it throws another trigger saying that you miss on this one particular aspects. That's quite interesting solution, but very valid question. And of course, you need to have a very strong monitoring mechanism in
Right.
case if you are missing on some trigger and some mechanism where you would be knowing that you miss on this particular point, and then you can post facto you can try to do the damage control, or you can try to rectify your process. So of course there is some kind of manual intervention which is required. No process you can make it 100% automated. There is some manual intervention which is required, even in the cloud security, or in security. Even if with the security orchestration and automated and response, no vendor is guaranteeing you 100% automation. They are definitely giving you 30 to 40% increase in your manual efforts in terms of automating those things. But there would be at the end of the day, there would be some manual intervention which is required in case if you are missing any triggers. And as I mentioned, you can have the triggers configured for the missing triggers as well.
Sure. And
Yeah,
good
rightly
point.
said, Vishal. Yeah. You
Sure.
want to
So,
continue, Mayur?
one of the important capabilities I've seen organization adopting, right, based on what Vishal is saying, right. So, every activity that is scheduled on cloud, right, needs to be monitored, as Vishal said, right. But the additional capability that I'm talking about is you have your plain vanilla SIM, which has been used by most of the
Right.
organizations for the last 10 to 15 years,
Yeah.
and you have a SOAR platform on it, right, which is implemented today, which is completely orchestrated, automated process. But the capability is uh, which I'm trying to talk about is the threat defense capability. So I've seen certain organizations have dedicated teams called as threat defense, whose everyday job is to look at some of the alerts, some of the logging that kind of is very important, critical for the organization from a business point of view. And if there is something that is missing, that kind of triggers an alert into your SIEM tool via SOAR, right? So that's the missing piece of it, which needs to be factored in and kind of needs to be kind of implemented as part of the process, right? So there's a lot of detections organizations do implement today. They look at the severity of it, which are more important for the business, which are moderate, which are low. The ones which are high are implemented in the beginning, because I've seen TD teams have a backlog of almost 500 to 1000 detections that they're continuously working on to implement as part of the SOAR platform, right? So it takes a lot of effort to automate some of these things, right? So this is a new capability that is being built by the organizations. I think this capability is somewhere going to address some of these concerns that are coming in today's world in cloud computing environment. So over to you,
Yeah,
Abhila.
rightly said. Yeah, rightly said, Mayur. I also wanted to give example of SIM and SOAR solution only. So I wanted to give example of Sentinel. So here we have the capability to design the playbooks or triggers based on the conditions, and also we can have some rules, and we can have ingest the data from the different data sources. So at a single place, even if you are using on-prem SIM, then also you can have those logs coming in at a single place. You can have the bird eye view of everything which is happening in your infrastructure. So we can use such tools which are cloud native, which also help us in investigating the data which are multi-cloud based also. So we can ingest the data from the other third-party sources also. So that's
True.
very important to understand now. I have one more interesting question from you, Mayur. So the question is from Manan Bora. Please suggest if we have depend on CSPM, or we can build our own CSPM way of
Again,
managing. Yeah.
okay, if you have money, go out and buy a cloud security posture management, and that definitely will yield a lot of value. And again, if you ask me which is the vendor to go about it, I will not suggest any specific vendor, because every organization needs are very very different, right? So, and pockets are very different. Some organizations have deep pockets, some organizations have very limited budget, right? Small organizations who have just startup will have very little budget for the security, and you still have to manage it. So if you have deep pockets, please go ahead and leverage all the capability that is available in the market. If it's not there, you can build your own custom. So it depends on the scenario, organization to organization.
if
Abhilash.
if you if you are a aspiring entrepreneur, you can build your own platform and start
That's
selling
true.
it to
Right.
other organizations.
Yeah. So I'll take last question because we have limited time. So question is from Shanta Raja. Using single CSP is good, or invest in multiple CSP by considering cost into account and ROI. So we should go for multi CSP or single CSP.
See,
Right.
large organizations, in my experience, are going in for multi cloud environment. for the sheer benefit that each platform offers. As an example, Azure versus AWS, you have different benefits if you do business in Azure, because Azure is Microsoft. If you are a Microsoft shop as an organization, then you do, it makes sense to do Azure, right? Because all your tooling and your capability can easily be integrated into Azure. If you are an organization which is not heavily Microsoft dependent, then there are a lot of good features available in AWS, and you can start your businesses with a lot of new business capabilities that Azure is offering, not Azure, sorry, AWS is offering today, right? And GCP is also catching up. So most of the large organizations, like the organization that I represent, which is PepsiCo, usually have multi-cloud strategy. But again, it depends from organization to organization, and they can adopt single cloud strategy or multi-cloud strategy depending on the business, their footprints, and the scale at which they operate across the globe, right? All these factors comes in together, and the business makes the right decision going forward.
Just to add on that, so it is very dynamic. We cannot go with just one solution, finalize that, okay, we would just stick with AWS or we would just stick with Google Cloud. So in Invesco also, we use one vendor as our enterprise cloud provider. But being said that, if the business, they can go to other vendor if in case if their the requirement is getting fulfilled in a better way with the other vendor, then of course they have every right to go to other vendor. So again, it depends on case to case basis, and as Mayur mentioned correctly, on different various scenarios, whether to go for a multiple cloud vendor or whether to have a one cloud vendor.
Yeah. Thank you for all the points, Mayur and Vishal. And we had a really good discussion on the points. And
Yeah,
as a summarize, I
quite
can say,
interesting,
yeah,
quite interesting
yeah.
discussions and very nice questions.
Yes, yes, and I like that the participants are also interacting, and they were also
Yeah.
asking their questions and giving their own point of view also. That also like converted this session into more interactive session. So it's really nice, and because of that reason, only the panel discussion is designed so that we can get some positive points out of that. So
Right.
I think we all is agree now that it's the cloud is all about the shared responsibility model when it comes to the governance also. We have to take care of each and every aspects when we are planning any strategy for managing the secure infrastructure, not only in terms of managing the data and application, but in terms of managing the infrastructure and compliance also. And we have to, every organization is having a different goal altogether. So it's up to us that how we are going to design our organizational policies to manage the governance, the rules and set of the accesses which we are giving, how we are designing the RBAC and the other things. So I think that's it from my side. And anything if you want to add, Mayur and Vishal, please go ahead. That's it from my
So
side.
I
Thank
think
you.
it was a great session. Topics are really apt to the today's environment. Most of the organizations are going through this journey, and everybody is in the same boat, if you ask me. And we all, most of us, have all the similar challenges, and we're working through challenges, right? So, and security is a profession where doesn't the goalpost doesn't stay constant, it keeps moving in. So the continuous effort has to be there from the security professionals point of view, and we need to be vigilant 24, and we always want to stay ahead of the nation state attackers, right? So it's a learning process, it's a continuous improvement process for us, doesn't stop any day.
And I echo the same thoughts as Mayur. I think it was quite interesting session, focusing mainly on the cloud security governance, and we discuss various aspects of the cloud security governance. So I'm sure it might be beneficial for the people who has attended this session.
Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Bilasha. Many thanks, Mr. Vishal, and thanks a lot, Mr. Mayur, for this wonderful and insightful session. Thanks a lot.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Vishal.
pleasure was
Thank you.
ours.
Thank you
Thank
very
you, have a
much.
great day, guys.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Bye,
Bye. Have a
everyone.
great
Take
day.
care.
Bye.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Very warm welcome to the 14th edition of DSCI Best Practice Meet. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the attendees in this session on SCADA security stack, market solutions, and ground realities. So now I would like to invite our panelists for this session. First, I would like to invite Mr. Preetham Saha, practice lead OT security, Inspira Enterprise Limited. So can we have Mr. Preetham on stage? Hello,
Yeah, hello. Good
Hi, Mr.
afternoon. Thanks a lot for
Good
inviting me.
afternoon. Yeah. So Mr. Preetham will moderate this session as well. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Murali Krishna Voleti. He is ICT and Cyber Operational Leader in Honeywell Automation Limited.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for the invite.
Hi, Mr. Murali. Hi. Good afternoon. Now, I would like to call Mr. Jayant Gupta. He is Executive Director, Information Security at HPCL.
Hello, everyone.
Hello,
Thanks
Mr.
for
Jayant.
having me here.
Yeah. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Evgeny. He is head of Kaspersky Lev ICS CERT at Kaspersky. May we have Mr. Evgeny? Yeah. Hello, Mr. Evgeny. Good afternoon. Mr. Evgeny, you are on mute. You may unmute yourself. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Rohit Sharma, head of cyber security and CISO at Adani Power and Adani Group. Hello, Mr. Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for
Thank
having
you.
me here.
Yeah, thank you to all the panelists for joining us in this session in this critical subject. So now I would like to hand over to Mr. Preetham to moderate this session. Over to you, Mr. Preetham.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Harshita, and welcome everyone, all the audience, everybody around here. So, just to give you, quick background about the SCADA security stack that we are talking about today. So, in general, in OT networks, which generally controls your critical equipments, whether it is in utilities, oil and gas, energy, manufacturing, assembly lines, so the traditionally these networks have been very isolated from outside world. Now as we see more industry 4.0 or ITOT convergence is happening, mainly because the AI ML part, that is coming very strong from IT side, that helps especially in business analytics, or doing a lot of deterministic maintenance on existing systems, or even efficiency improvements. So because of that, we are seeing more and more convergences happening, and that obviously increases threats to existing infrastructure that we have, mainly because of the how the network segmentations are, or how the solutions are already implemented, patch management or even legacy systems. So we'll be talking about that, and thanks to all the experts that we have on our panel. So now, very first thing, the existing SCADA landscape or the OT landscape that we have, the maturity levels, or overall, the common practices that we use. So yeah, I would like to bring in, Mr. Valleti to kind of give us, overview about existing infrastructure, when we see about OT and IoT.
Hi, hope everybody able to hear me that's
Yes, we
clearly.
can.
Yeah, majorly at the OT environment, it is mostly people knows about IT environment. Majorly, it has computing system. On top of it, we have some more things is comes under OT. In from 1970, coming to the factor of cybersecurity, from 1970, they identified some of the digital systems which are placed outside of the IT network. It has comes under OT. Majorly, people think about what is the difference in trying to understand the difference of OTs. There we call as normally operation technology, which interacts with physical equipment with humans majorly. Okay, and especially this OT, so we call as ICS, SCADA in terms of not non-IT digital system. These are comes under non-IT digital. It is mainly comprised of likely power grid all, or what has Pritam Shah said. Nowadays, it is moving to the vehicle side also. This OT environment is coming into OT controls, or so many things are coming up, and this is having inbuilt of cyber and physical and digital, and so many equipments are added into it. Okay, This majorly compromise of manufacturing, gas, even you can see in HVAC control systems in your buildings and smart cities. Maybe you're seeing about most of the, as per the government initiative, more than 100 smart cities to become up. It is also as a part of OT is part of that. Okay, and coming to that, majorly the challenge coming to the with respect to this, coming to the OT environment connected to the connected environment comes up. Majorly, these protocols are non-standard protocols. Normally, in IT sector, maybe you heard about it. Maybe use HTTP or HTTP, HTTPS, or UTP or something like that. But coming to the OT systems, you have something like a proprietary protocols, open protocols, some legacy protocols, which you can't see in the IT environment. Okay, coming to the other angle of that, it is have some difference of the emphasis of the threat. Logically, if you see OT emphasis and IT, just I'm making a difference to understand. Then we will go to the what is OT landscape. IT threat emphasis majorly information, data alteration, data volatility. Majorly it talks about CAA. But coming to the OT threat emphasis, it's environment disaster, physical process downtime, and information disclosure. It is actually giving a problem to that. And coming to that, majorly the difference is for the difference between the OT experts and the experts. Majorly, OT security professional thinks about they want critical objects to involve assurance of safe, sound operations, and OT infrastructure manner to avoid human casualties and loss of production for large thing, costly physical assets, especially we have a physical assets. This OT landscaping also having lot of equipment which are in very legacy. Where in IT infrastructure, just I'm giving a comparison for easy access for everybody. In IT environment, every 4 years or 5 years that evolvement is coming up. Equipments keep changing it, and I know we are adding a new equipment. But coming to the OT environment, the equipment change also a longer period. Sometimes it's more than 10 years with a OT environment. Okay, coming to the majorly the systems which incorporates OT is majorly gives a comfort to the human or providing a service to the humans or giving a connectivity to the some of the things. This majorly this OT environment is when it come to cyber environment, majorly when it is moving from traditional mechanical systems to some more digitalization start, cyber attack starts. Especially we have a lot of attack vectors are started because of connected environment comes in a picture. Especially can maybe some of my panelists maybe talk about some of the threat vectors like USB threat vector, remote connectivities, or something like asset availability missing, something infrastructure. Nowadays, in a OT environment, majorly following some standards are asset monitoring, which they are doing it, activity monitoring, which presently doing, and they're doing a domain separation. They're making a separate domain for the compared IT infrastructure. They're making a separate network, and OT infrastructure is separated network because IT keeps updates, environment changes, and accomplishes it. But we're in OT, we have a lot of challenge to come up. Okay, coming to the strong entity of authentication, like a physical controls, logical controls, they're keeping it to make it very stronger nowadays. Okay, coming to that, major challenges maybe you can see here. Somebody saying in a OT structure, they implemented it as sorry, approved enterprise reference architecture. They used it in a OT infrastructure. They have 5 levels. It's have 5 levels. There is 0 to 1, 2 is a physical layers, and third is a logical layer. Fifth, fourth, and fifth is enterprise layer. 0, 1, 2 is majorly instrumentation, control, area supervision, everything comes in. Second level is coming operations, especially which is a logical layer, which have logical controlling mechanism. Fourth and fifth is business planning and logistics, enterprise network. So they're able to monitor everything and able to control everything from top level. If something goes wrong, we can able to control from bottom level to top or top level. So they have very good emphasis. Coming to the strong evidences to be followed in the thing, SOPs, which is majorly we see people are following standard operation structures in the environment. And coming to the next one is change management, they are following it. And they're keeping a share and learnings majorly, that whatever the incident happened to the across premises, keep that OT industry keeps updating it their systems, make it robust. Otherwise, what happens if they're not following the same guidelines which they have for have hampering somebody else? So they cannot able to sustain. So that's the reason why even OT started evolving to that, because of now IoT technologies coming in picture, which is gives them more robust connectivity to the equipment, especially the latest equipment. Since so many things now, 5G is planned now, IoT also going to be connected to that, and the infrastructure will be more and more connectivity. So when there's more and more connectivity, also there's a lot of cyber attack chances are very high. So that's what is the systems are working now. The segregation is very vital place taken up, and standard operations also taken very place. Asset monitoring is very important place going on. This takes very next level to the OT environment compared to last 2 decades, when we see latest technologies is giving up the upsell, up movement on the generations of the OT security especially.
Right. So you rightly mentioned, right, about the challenges that we have right now in the current environment, and the hardening, that needs to be done. So Mr. Rohit, I'll come to you on the challenges, whether it's visibility or in general asset management, legacy systems. What kind of vector do you see, in general in the industry right now?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. So, as Murli has rightly brought out, the fundamental of an OT or security operations are quite different from how we handle cyber security in IT landscape. For example, in the IT systems, it is very easy to get a patch downloaded from the OEM website and apply it on the solution. And technical vulnerability management is very, say, smooth to operate. But in the OT system, the problems are entirely different. So, for example, one of the major problems that we see is of end of life system. So, life cycle of OT system is several times more than a IT system. Systems like SCADA and DCS have life cycle of 15 to 20 years, and the fundamental building blocks of these systems become obsolete in the IT world multiple times in this life cycle. So there are still SCADA and DCS systems which are running on end of life operating systems like Windows XP or Windows 8. So one of the major problems that we see in the industry is end of life system, and it is very challenging and intensive to replace these systems. Then the other major problem in OT landscape is of asset visibility. So since the IT industry has a built-in security mechanism in all of their systems, there are monitoring methods which are built into most of the IT solutions, like SNMP or ICMP protocols can be used to monitor IT systems. There is no fundamental inbuilt monitoring or visibility mechanism built into the OT system. So it becomes very difficult to get a bird's eye view of the entire landscape. Then, since you are not aware of the entire landscape, envisaging or visualizing the attack surface becomes a major challenge. So, if you are not aware of the landscape, how are you going to protect it? The second challenge remains asset visibility. Then most of the systems right now are moving to digital transformation, and since digital transformation requires data as one of the building blocks, there are IT to OT interconnections happening all across the industries, be it power sector or transport sector or aviation sector. You will see that organizations need data from OT systems for analytics and further processing. So you need to have a IT to OT interface, and once this interface is established, then it opens a pipeline of threats to flow into the OT systems. So securing IT OT interface is one of the major problem statements in the field of OT cybersecurity. Once this channel is established, now you have a problem of patching and updating the system. And how to patch a system which is already a legacy system or which is not directly connected to internet? Because if you connect a OT system to internet, then it is a major risk that you have introduced into the system. So getting patching files or update files from OEMs infrastructure into a OT landscape becomes a major problem. And further, say if I am using an antivirus in a OT system, uh, direct update of an antivirus signature can result into the disruption in the process. So all the antivirus signatures or say operating system updates need to be vetted by the OT systems manufacturer. So there is a cumbersome process in which you need to validate each and every signatures of antivirus and say operating system and then migrate it to OT system. So validation of signatures and secure file transfer is another problem statement in the OT system security. Then supply chain security is one of the major concerns. We have seen multiple incidents which have resulted due to supply chain security. The components which are used to build a OT system, how secure are they, and is there any backdoor embedded into the systems which can be used to manipulate the control systems at a later date? So that is one of the major problems in ensuring the cyber security. And in fact, the regulators have also started realizing this problem, and therefore we are seeing increased number of guidelines coming in, specifically in power sector related to supply chain security and testing requirements for components which are being used to build OT systems in power sector, for example, in the grid or in the generating stations. Recently, we have already witnessed what has happened in Ukraine, and before that, we have seen the impact of attack on colonial pipelines. So, the impact that is going to happen due to a cyber attack on a OT system is going to be far more disruptive and affecting general population than if you compare a similar attack on a IT system. So, the gravity here is entirely uh, magnitudes of difference than a OT than an IT system. So these are the major problem statements in my understanding. End of life systems, secured remote access, patching and update, secure file transfer, IT OT convergence. These are the major issues in ensuring the cybersecurity of an OT system.
Yeah, so you rightly mentioned, right? One is the the threat coming from IT connectivity is one thing, and as we know, from Stuxnet back in 2010, even if your systems are completely isolated, the threat actors actually can penetrate even through USB. In OT systems, typically these things are not well protected or hardened. The passwords are typically very easy to. Many times you'll see in control rooms, the passwords are actually stuck on a dashboard so that anybody can have access. Of course it's in control environment, but do vendors do have access to these control rooms when they come for any kind of upgrades. So talking about the vulnerability itself, right? So I want to come to you, mainly about the threat vectors that we have right now in OT, and of course because of OT-IT convergence, vulnerability assessment as well as the management part. How do you see the industry shifting from where we are to where we need to be? I think you're on mute, Avagni. Avagni, your microphone is on mute. If you won't mind unmute it.
Sorry. There are quite many challenges that my colleagues have already mentioned. Among all of them, I would say that probably the most important currently for the OT environments would be to somehow solve the problem of vulnerability management. The problem is quite complicated. We're talking currently to quite many customers and potential customers from different infrastructures. And what we see is that none of them, none of the infrastructure, none of the industrial enterprises has come currently to a suitable solution. So what is the actual need? You can't just follow the patch it all strategy for the IoT environments, which is pretty obvious because of the many reasons that colleagues already mentioned. So you need to understand what exactly needs to be patched. So you need to understand what is the priority of the vulnerability, and you need to understand which of your assets are actually vulnerable. And you need to be to keep track of the vulnerability of your environment, so that the vulnerability assessment needs to be continuous. And you can't do it in any way rather than do it in a passive way. So you need to understand what your assets are, what the exact versions of the firmware and software is, and what the configuration is, and so on and so forth. And then to match all this information to a very exact and detailed information on the vulnerabilities. The first problem, the building of a very detailed and very accurate asset inventory, is currently being solved. It is really, really hard task, but there are ways to partially solve it for at least part of the infrastructure. But for the second problem, it is a more systematical and more wide scale, because of the fact that the current quality of the information on the vulnerabilities available in the public and released by the vendors is not the quality is not enough to fulfill the needs of the continuous passive vulnerability assessment and vulnerability management. And this is because of many reasons, and the major reason is the effort and the probably the culture that vendors have currently for the process, especially when it comes to dealing with smaller vendors, not the global ones. You would always face the problem that they would treat the information on the vulnerabilities in their product as something offensive for them, as something that might harm their business, their reputation, and so on and so forth. So even when releasing information, they tend to underestimate the risk, and they tend to not say you what could happen. The problem that is, I think, very related and very very actual for the majority of the vendors would be the time a vendor needs to release a patch. And that's because of the all these compatibility issues with the legacy systems, and to introduce support for all of them with the use of the protocols that architecture has been designed a while ago, and sometimes even because of the lack of proper cybersecurity expertise. We saw cases when a major vendor spent more than 5 years to fix an architectural and built-in problem in their authentication mechanism. So they were fixing it, we were reporting more issues, they were fixing it again, and we were reporting issues again. And it took 5 years to make it almost that good as it is currently standard for IT systems. And during some of the iterations, it may take 1 year and 1 year and a half, and even longer for a vendor to release a patch. Also because of the very, very understandable reasons. But during all these years, sometimes the vulnerable infrastructure owners are not aware of the fact that there is some vulnerability and they need to do something. So to establish a efficient vulnerability coordinated disclosure process for OT infrastructures, for OT environment is a very important thing that I think we all need to do and to work on. And even when releasing the patch and when releasing information on the vulnerabilities, sometimes vendors might not only follow the big cybersecurity or treat cybersecurity as their first priority and try to meet the cybersecurity needs of their customers, because they have quite many other things on their agenda, like releasing new product and decreasing the complexity and the cost of support of old versions, and so on and so forth. In many cases, the vulnerability coming from the vendor side, and which is normally the only thing which is available for the OT operators and for the OT owners, would be not very precise. Sometimes they would even say that the vulnerability is more critical than it actually is, because they're fixing kind of small bug, a small backdoor, small hole in the system, and there is a huge gate someplace around. So lots of analysis needs to be done to understand what the actual impact is and what the actual reason of the vulnerability is, and it is really important for the operators and the owners of the systems to understand how to mitigate the risk without installing a patch, because sometimes the patch is not available.
So you rightly mentioned, right? For most of the OT part, so of course, there is some lack of awareness that is there. When I say awareness, because traditional operating staff, on a plant, who have been working there for 20, 25, 30 years, they do lack some understanding of the security aspect of their operation. They're masters of, operating the plant itself, but the threats that may come in, externally, it could be because of someone connects one cable, from corporate switch to OT network to get access to internet from a SCADA machine, which happens, on several occasions. But the active versus passive, monitoring, for your asset discovery as well as your real-time vulnerability, assessment. So Mr. Jayant, coming to you, how do you see the trends right now, when it comes to the solutions that we have and where they need to be, from the aspect one is from company perspective, from operations perspective, the education or more, understanding of these products and the threats. And second is from the OEM side, what kind of infrastructure, that they need to understand to actually make these, deployments very successful.
Sorry, is that question to me?
I'm sorry. Okay.
Please go ahead.
So thanks, Pritam. So Murli has already talked about the differentiation between OT and IT network. So to my mind, first thing we should try to do is to build strengths which are acquired in information security network. See, we all are well versed with information system security, the typical IT security that we call about, and very well stabilized right now. You have IT SOCs, you have IT tools, which takes care of various threats which are emanating. So one of the aspect which we keep at the back of the mind in IT security is connect only what is required. So data movement from one place to another passes through a kind of filter which understands the threats which are coming in from the other sides and is able to take corrective action. Now, the only problem that we have in OT network, OT security is that we don't understand the protocols which are used, which was rightly brought about by Mr. Murli on the proprietary protocols being used in the typical OT security, OT networks. So what we can do is we could probably use some open protocols as much as possible, although the OEMs would want to still use their own proprietary protocols. It provides some inherent advantages, no doubt about that. But as we move to the open protocols, it becomes easier for security tools, which are upcoming in the OT security also, to understand those threat information and then take corrective action. Very few would be able to read the proprietary protocols. Some of it might not even be allowed, so you'll have to be cautious about that. But if it can definitely be used. Other thing that we can do, apart from various areas that have already been covered up by my fellow panel members, is looking at traffic which is going in from the internet side or external to OT network, be it corporate network or internet network, into the OT network. Now, if you can have a diode or a firewall, typically we all use in our IT security also, to be configured in such a way that it allows the packets from one side to another, only those type of packets which are required. So you might not want a connection from internet into your OT network to be originated. You know, you wouldn't want the connection to be originated from internet side into your OT side. So if it is getting originated, except when you've given remote support, for remote support if you've taken, but that again could be done in multiple ways, you would not want to allow that directly. So open connection from outside to in is not allowed. You only want information to be picked up from OT side and used in your corporate network for data juggling, AI purpose, and various models that would run to make some meaning of that further information, which is not for control purpose. Uh, Other thing that we can do is probably run a passive IDS. Uh, some of the sniffers are available which can sniff the data and not do anything in the OT network. You simply read it, pull it into another place, and then see if you can make some sense out of uh, uh, those threads which are there on that network. If possible, IEC 62443 standard is available for you to implement. Slightly tedious, not much of practices are available, but you can take them if you want to go to that kind of a mechanism. Very important is to develop an knowledge about the OT devices, about the controller, and so on, so that you have much a clarity about the threat which is emerging. As you have knowledge about your HTTP and HTTPS, high time that those companies which use OT network heavily, and almost everybody is moving to that side with IoT becoming more prevalent, it is important that some practice is started towards the understanding of those operational technologies. And last, I think OT SOC is the theme of the day. You should look at, and one of the, I think, uh, question that came in the chat also was about the what to consider in OT SOC. So my suggestion would be uh, uh, to look at threats which are there. So some kind of your device which could pull in the traffic from there, a passive passive reader, and then see the threads which are readable by your tools, and again making sense of these kind of traffics which are not supposed to be originated from there or supposed to be there on the network. I think that could be one way forward.
Yeah, so you rightly mentioned, right? One is the passive IDS solutions typically that gets deployed in these OT environments. But there are certain challenges, like there are a lot of unmanaged switches. So it's more of a broadcast domain compared to having the clear packets to understand all the assets. So unless you have that asset identification done, you cannot really do a whole lot of vulnerability assessment. And so there is some need to improve the existing infrastructure, obviously. And on the SOC side, SOC is typically, they're monitoring, they're doing the remediation part, or, but the actual detection part is again done by these systems. So the hardening of these systems and required infrastructure upgrade, from the end user point of side is also, I think, equally important. So it's more of a hybrid kind of situation, to improve the security postures than only from OEM side or obviously from company side. So just to see, if anybody, if we have any questions, specific on this topic, or any specific, any specific topic or subtopic, that somebody wants to hear more about, we'll be more than happy to. Or else, I'll like to have all the panelists to share their quick 1 minute conclusion about this session or in general OT security.
Okay, there is a question on the how to address OT endpoint security. Considering the resume of considering every OT environment as a heterogeneous. But actually, if you see any OT system, but platform, OS platform is like a maximum of 4 or 5 flavors, not more than that. If you take it the flavoring also, base platform is Windows and Linux, majorly it is kind of. So if you nowadays new technologies, I'll give some more time. I will take it out. Nowadays, new next gen antiviruses are coming, which is actually have a provision to identify zero-day attacks. Even that's what is the beauty of it. We've seen multiple products which are having able to identify, stop, detect, and identify, highlight, and inform them. Boss, this is what is happening. That's what one of the system I've seen it. Multiple manufacturers having this product. It will help them. It supports multiple flavors. It's not like, and they can able to see in a dashboard way how many files. It's file scans or raw files also. On top of it, some more points. Nowadays, I also see in OT environment, since they are not connected, they're using a USB drives to share the data between. They're taking a data from the one mission to other mission. Majorly, we found that there is a high chance that somebody taking a USB would have vulnerability and they're putting into the SCADA system or in the system and start functioning it. It's one we found one with the product we found at recently that this identify that time there is a check-in check-out process. It identify USB with a numbering assetting number. You can have a password protection for the USB. So if somebody coming with that without giving the pen drive a check-in, then if you want to use it in the asset, they can't. That's what is one of the thing I want to give it like people can understand.
Right, right. And yeah,
Yeah,
please go
sorry.
ahead. Please.
A third one is coming to the asset, rightly said by Jayan and Rohit. Nowadays, this majorly that asset inventory is actually making a very biggest problem because of these so many things. Even not only asset environment, that in the asset, we maybe need to identify which are the have vulnerabilities because of these products are OEM based product. Majorly problem is that identifying vulnerability or the latest firmware availability or latest patch availability is the biggest concern until somebody goes check in whether this have a later firmware or not. There's a lot of products coming in the picture. What it says is it scans the system continuously and says that and makes a dynamic networking protocols, dynamic network mapping, and saying this protocol is communicating to this, but this is something like this old firmware, this is a new firmware, something available in the thing. They have a thing. That's what it is. Actually, there is a lot of products are coming up. This can help to identify and protect the system. On top of it, recently we said honeypots. Maybe people heard about it. Honeypot systems also came into the OT systems. What it does exactly do is they create a replica of your system, same as is. It will be available in your. It seems to be your environment, but normally what happens? It identifies the threat vector and gives you that it is actually the success rate is 99%. 99 point.
Right. So
I see 99 point.
I think there's some communication issue, Mr. Volati. So just
Something they give the hotspot.
just going to real quick, one of
Yeah,
the
it's done.
questions about the OT security, the assessment methodology. So one of the bigger, I think, is as it was mentioned, about IC 62443 is typically considered as one of the gold standard. But again, there are several different assessment methodologies or compliances that are required. Let's say in power sector, there is a CEA has specific guidelines in India, or even CII, or NCIPC, does give, certain guidelines. So it really depends on the industry. But the 62443 is, consolidated one single framework that you can use regardless of what industry you are into to harden your systems to understand, what your postures are or where you're at, doing that assessment.
So Pritam, just one more point. There are some OEMs who also provide the security services. So if for some people both provider and checker conflict is not a concern, then they can look at the OEMs themselves providing those security services and trying to enhance the security posture. But keep in mind that there is a conflict of doer and checker. So just you will have to be aware of that.
You're very right. So thanks a lot for that, Mr. Jayanth. And I'll just go through and just quick conclusion remarks from all panelists. Starting from Mr. Volati, please.
Sorry, you're saying something?
A conclusion. If you have any concluding remark, for the session as well as in general OT security side.
Majorly, I say one point I say let's follow standard operation procedures, and you should have a right standard method for change management, and you should have minimum what you can say entity authentication. You should have it. These three is a major core. If you follow any OT system, it definitely sustain for the longevity and stops from the longer threats also, big threats.
Okay, Mr. Rohit.
Uh, yeah, Pritam. So, summarily, what we have been doing, I will be trying to explain that. So, the first major step that anyone could take in securing the OT system is to make a inventory which is exhaustive of each and every component, so that in case there is a major vulnerability which is discovered, you are able to identify what is the impact on your landscape. The second is to have a visibility. So there are multiple OEMs which have solutions which can provide real-time visibility into the OT systems. Other would be next step will be to have a secured remote access, so that in case a OEM requires monitoring or troubleshooting access to your system, you are able to provision that access without introducing any risk in your system. And then again, following most of the uh, ISO 27001 requirements in OT system will be sufficing, because the CSMS in the IEC 62443 also is aligned to what is the requirements of ISO 27001. So yeah, that is one of the most exhaustive frameworks that we can use. And finally, using the Purdue model in network segmentation, segmenting the network into multiple zones and introducing firewalls at the interzone communication. That will be a very good initiative to protect the OT systems. So that is my 2 cents on securing the OT systems.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Wagner, your concluding words, please.
We've been mentioning various problems and our thoughts and challenges and thoughts how those challenges and problems might be addressed. And I was listening to all of the colleagues and thinking that that's potentially very interesting times when we do not have a historically accepted and adopted cybersecurity approaches and solutions suitable for OT, and we are currently in the process of building the ones that would be the standard for the future OT environments. So currently, what we do is we are trying to say, oh, okay, we have this problem in OT security, and there seemed to be an IT security solution that was addressing similar problems someplace in IT. Let's try and adopt it. Let's try and test it for the compatibility. Let's try and use it the way it was done for IT, but with some slight modifications for OT environments. What I see is that the whole OT the whole OT ecosystems, and including the OT security, is trying to move in a kind of the less vendors you have in place, the more reliable system is scenarios. So, and many OT vendors are trying to incorporate some security controls and security environments into their products. So currently, I think that probably the most interesting tendency that all the security vendors, cybersecurity vendors, might also need also to jump in and to follow is the product security. So if to say a vendor has a SCADA or DCS or whatever other kind of products, it needs to have all cybersecurity controls and features built in, and being a natural part of the product. So the product needs to be designed with the cybersecurity in mind. It needs to be it needs to have cybersecurity architecture and cybersecurity implementation, and all the cybersecurity additional features not on top of it but built in. And what I see currently is that none of the vendors themselves and none of the cybersecurity vendors themselves cannot solve this problem. So that should be cooperation between these ones and that ones. And this is the only way to build infrastructures cyber secure and reliable enough to meet all the needs
Right.
of that.
So security by design or security in a box, to begin with,
Yeah.
that will give more control around what we have. And uh, lastly, Mr. Jain, for your golden words.
Uh, I would say two aspects. One, keep the whole thing simple and allow what is really required to be allowed. Just keep that principle in mind, and whatever you do next should fall in line. And second is to move towards more of open technology and standards to keep your costs low and also create more of security. So these two aspects are, I think, more important.
Thanks a lot again. Thanks to all the prolific panelists here, and of course, DSCI. So over to you, Harshita.
Individual level, right? So there are no borders as far as cybersecurity threats are concerned. So that's another dimension of globalization for you. The third force, which is doing, is very interesting, which we all live, which we are all living day and night. I think after breathing, the other thing which a human is doing today is experiencing digitization. So it is as close to an exercise like breathing, right? Now, digitization is showing us the twin facets. Again, from a cybersecurity uh, perspective, because there are companies which are what we call, let's say, cloud natives, the whole company is a digital entity. So the risk for the company from a digital side is equivalent to the whole business risk. So the business and the digital avatars are synonymous now, because these companies are, I need not take any names, we all know, we all use them. So the apps that you have on your mobile, just imagine, if they go down, the whole business goes down, because these digital natives are nothing but the app, right, which we are using. So the stakes get multiplied, because there's no steel mill working there, and there are no ingots getting shipped out, and the whole company is working on an app, and the products and the service is getting shipped through the app. So if the digital environment goes down from at any level, the business goes down. So synonymity between digital presence or the digital avatar and the business is now complete. The second aspect from a digital perspective is the one of the elements of our discussion here is the threat vector exposure, or what we use different words depending on what we say is the attack surface area or the threat vectors. The whole attack surface area becomes, the whole business is exposed, because the business is, as I said, the digital avatar and the whole digital avatar is the attack surface. So the risk again goes up multifold. So because of these all three forces, as you would have seen, whether it is globalization, whether it is digitization, or it is the hacker sophistication or motivation, the cyber risk downside has exponentially increased. So it has now the power to take down states, to take down businesses, and to really make the life of an individual very, very miserable. So that's the context, and what we will do now is that given this kind of a backdrop, we now see the whole importance of consolidation as a theme, right? Cybersecurity consolidation, and how do we approach it outside in and inside out. As I said, we have a great panel here. We have Mr. Vinayak from the Indian Navy joining us. Welcome, Vinayak ji. Now we have an academician in Mr. Nikhil. We have Mr. Vinayak from the armed forces, and we have two industry stalwarts, Mr. Anil and Vikas ji, to give different perspectives. What I'll do is, with this backdrop, I will start with each of you. I'll go one by one and take your prelim views on the subject, right? I'll start with Anil ji, and Anil ji, as you are leading the security pillar for a great brand, for one of the biggest and greatest multinationals on the planet today. What is your approach to, and what keeps you awake in the night from an organizational cybersecurity risk perspective?
Thank you. You have very well summarized, very nicely woven the threads about this. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So nicely set the context for this. So if we look at right now, as you asked me that what awakes me, that thing, and not only me, I think all the security community members, right? The way business collaboration has increased, the way our attack surface has increased. So we have a concept like IoT and BYOD, bring your own device, right? So for me, that bring your own device is actually bring your own disaster, because I don't know what kind of device you're hooking in from, what the location, what the health of a device, which is coming into my network. And by any chance, if any security vulnerability which exists, though we try to discover and fix, but any 0 day or unknown or undiscovered vulnerability exists, then you enter as a legitimate user can create havoc throughout the organization. So that's a big risk. And also the business dynamics are changing overnight. We are collaborating or with various partners, various vendors. So if one is like protected, we also have a continuous risk assessment for our partners. Are they fully protected? Do you have a resilience system in place? Do they monitor all the threats and fix them on timely basis? And also, often we have seen that business, because of urgency, whether in terms of launching services or any support, or to compete with competitors, there's always an edge of time. So speed matters. However, from the security perspective, security requires certain amount of time to assess the overall security posture. So that also like sometimes try to overrun the time or control security control versus business requirement. So we have to be very, very like speedy in terms of those things. And so nowadays attack surface is as much as you can count on types of sophisticated attacks which have grown exponentially, as you rightly said. And also we also need to look at that we need to update ourselves continuously. The traditional conventional system cannot protect the modern sophisticated attacks which are happening. Let it be a data, let it be a identity, let it be a infrastructure or endpoints, whatever.
Great.
So that's my
Great
view.
point, Anil. I think you have pressed the right buttons in terms of from an enterprise perspective, what are the key challenges and the key concerns that a CISO or a CIO or the company leadership will have. I'll move on to a different view now. So let's move on to the armed forces, and I'll come back to you, Nikhil. So Vinayak ji, from your perspective, your environment perspective, what are your priorities? You are, of course, in a different environment than the commercial enterprises. So what's your approach, and what are your key priorities?
Good afternoon, Saket. I'd just like to open with a great saying from the philosopher Sun Tzu. He had said that if you know the enemy and you know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. And the corollary to that is that if you do not know the enemy and you do not know yourself, you will succumb in every battle. I think that sums up the challenge of and the puzzle posed by asset security and asset management to the cybersecurity world today. Now, in this world of zero trust and all these buzzwords, these new buzzwords, asset management rarely gets the traction that is due to it. Whereas asset management forms the very basis and the foundation for the physical and the logical security program of any organization. Also, traditionally, asset management has been looked upon as an IT function and not a cyber security function. Nothing can be farther from the truth, because unless we know what we own and where those ownership lies, we cannot take any step forward. Now, asset is defined as anything that has value to an organization, and typically it is sent into three buckets of people, processes, and technology. So when we're looking at the technology aspect, what is the end goal of an asset management program? The end goal of an asset management program is to have centralized controls, total asset visibility in the face of distributed network and infrastructure. Now, why cyber assets have come into focus and prominence? With the virtualization of software, storage, everything moving into this layer 7 of the OSI model, the number of cyber assets are just outnumbering the physical assets that we have. Now, the typical problem with these intangible assets is, once something that you can physically see, there is a sense of security about that. But when you have something which is not physically seen as exists somewhere in the virtual world, there are typical issues which are associated with them. One being, if there are supply chain vulnerabilities in those softwares, or are there any IP intellectual property issues? Where is the ownership for the open source software associated with it? So these are the typical issues associated with these cyber assets. Also, with the growth, like Anilji brought out, with the growth of cloud, IoT, hybrid work, the attack surface has just increased exponentially. And the first, second, third, and third degree associations between all these assets has just grown vertically. So in the face of all these challenges, now we have vendors who are giving third-party security solutions. And the whole challenge is to integrate all these solutions with all the assets that we have. So that is where the security inside out approach is the most useful, because unless we know what we hold ourselves, we cannot go to our vendors, cannot go to our support partners and ask them what is to be done. So that's where I feel that the inside out approach and consolidation of assets, the periodic review of assets counts really, really well. Thank you.
Great. So Vinayji, from you, what we all understand is the whole criticality of the inside out approach, and the fact that this cyber security is a journey in itself. It has to be a process driven, continuous sport. It cannot be a one time kind of activity. That's very fundamental to the way we need to approach cyber security inside out. Moving on to Vikas ji, again coming back to a classical, should I say, maybe perhaps born on the cloud organization from all practical purposes. Vikas ji, you lead the cyber security initiatives, and you're battling out the naughty boys and girls in the world, right? From a cybersecurity perspective. So what's your view of the lay of the land when it comes to an organization like Nika, right, which is most of the business is through the digital means. So what are the top how do you spend your day, and what takes the maximum amount of time effort from your perspective? So within let's say life a day in the life of Vikas Yadav. So how do you divide your 24 hours, and what would take your maximum time and attention, and what would be, of course, your key concern?
Thanks, Sakit. Uh, I think there are two aspects of the coin. Where you spend your 24 hours is finally dependent on what stage of the startup journey is, or what stage of your security roadmap you are in. If you talk about when you're initially entering an organization, I think it's all about discovering what you need to protect. That can be more from a technical perspective, where you can think of using various attack surface management tools to detect externally, and then using your asset inventories internally to discover. I think then slowly as you mature, you build out a larger chunk of your strategy in terms of what you need to tackle. I think knowing what you need to protect is obviously the first step. That you can use by leveraging both open source and attack surface management tools. I'm very big a proponent of doing an open source intelligence scan of your environment regularly on a quarterly or a periodic basis, and
Okay.
changing providers, both doing internally and externally. But however, I think security is much more than a technical aspect as alone. When you go forward in your security journey, you think about things like vendor risk management, which Anil brought out. There's a huge lot of vendors whom you interact with. So, however strong your own organization may be, the how you interact with your vendors and how you ensure that they have access to data, as well as how they're accessing your systems. So, both ways you have to protect yourself. Now, even when they have access to your data and so are storing or doing some data on your behalf, then that factor also comes in as to how strong are your legal and regulatory practices as well. Do you audit them regularly? Do you check their standards? Is it a one-off audit, or is it a more continuous affair? So I think vendor risk management also plays an important role. As you go, as the organization grows bigger, you need to consider facts like what are you protecting? Are you protecting just a platform? You're protecting data? You're protecting your brands? So now there are a lot of areas which will come in. It could be brand management, brand protection with various tools which are available, where it tells you what fake websites are there, what fake apps are there. It could be hardcore technology issues like how secure your coding is. Let's say when you talk about how a developer is developing code, are there being one is the conventional way. What we all do is, let's say, okay, fine. There's a code which has been shipped. It's deployed. How do I do it? I just test the application. I discover the bugs and I throw them at the developers and please go ahead and solve it. Or do I try and shift left and solve the problem with the core? What do? You train developers. Now, training developers is not a mechanism which gives you instant insight. It'll take some time. You'll need to uh, look at certain aspects like, okay, how you can initiate basic practices, let's say OAS top 10. Then how do you slowly start training them on writing secure code? So now this takes a long journey. It's not something which you can do immediately, but whereas a VAPT or a application security testing solution can be done within a week or two. But trying to mature the security quotient of your developers will be a long journey, which will contain training them, making them aware, ensuring that you have a feedback loop. Let's say once they're trained, ensuring they're tested. It will also include certain secure code design principles. So you'll have to put in principles around code design as well. Then you also need to leverage tools like secure code review tools as well. You can't do everything on a. You can train your developers all you want, but if you can automate things during the testing, that will be better. So now that is as far as the core technical is concerned. Now I think one of the most maybe neglected aspects is also the fact that you really need to know where your businesses are going on. How is it operating? Let's say, do you have a new application which is being hosted by by an entity which has just been acquired or merged with? Do you know of any shadow IT which any department is using? So I think there are a lot of facets like this, right from attack surface management to vendor risk management to your secure coding design principles. And I can talk about each one of them as we go along. But the crux is that you need to be have a right mix of technological as well as business knowledge, and also a process oriented way, so that you can do this. And as to where I spend my time, I think it's very difficult for any CISO to quantify where do you spend your time.
No, no,
Maybe
that was
you
more
structure
figuratively.
the
Yeah, yeah.
thing, but I think you do as the situation demands.
Yeah, I think because you already covered a very broad canvas in a very succinct way. So from an enterprise perspective, yes, I think we all got a good pulse of the enormity of the challenge that you face from various perspectives, right? Including the development cycle, DevSecOps as well. So that's very interesting. And that also gives all of us, the participants and the industry folks at large, kind of challenge a CISO uh, or a CIO in today's world is facing, right? Because from a CISO function perspective, as Vinayji said, the Sun Tzu, saying that, if you don't know your enemy, or you don't know yourself, then it's very difficult to win. And here we have an enemy, who keeps mutating, who keeps changing. So the way the cybersecurity challenge again magnifies itself is that you are dealing with a very federated enemy, because it can come in various shapes and avatars. It can come as a, a malware. It can come as a from an email perspective. So you need email security, you need web security, you need endpoint security. So all these, it can be a DDoS attack, so on and so forth, right? Even cloud security. And I will come to you, Vikasji, on cloud security, later on. So the point to be made is that here's the mutating enemy, which is highly federated, and it is like juggling 10 balls which keep changing their color, and you have to catch the red balls, let's say. So that's where the agility and the smartness of the CISO function really comes to the fore. And everybody now, it's of course at a board level, imperative now, and all the cybersecurity discussions now are definitely being more and more reviewed by the boards, and the discussion is right there at the high table. So coming from now, switching gears, moving from the boardroom to the classroom, I would like to move on to Dr. Nikhil Tripathi from Triple IT, who has been working in this area from a academia perspective. So Dr. Nikhil, what's your view from as academician? How do you see this whole area panning out? The industry approach, as you heard, is either outside in or inside out, or people try to balance it. So from a threat intelligence perspective, from a cyber security, overall risk management perspective, we discussed about the attack surface kind of challenges which are ever increasing. So how are you tackling? Which are the problems that you are focusing on, and what's your area of interest?
Okay, so thank you for the question, Saketji. I think, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Yeah. So thanks for the question, Saketji. So since I'm from academia, I think, yes, it would be better if I answer the question from the perspective of cybersecurity research in the academic domain. So typically, researchers in the community, they recommend to focus more on inside-out approach. That's what I believe, and that's what basically researchers are recommending. And it is not that they deny to use the outside-in approach, but they recommend to focus more on the inside-out and then outside-in approach, basically. So usually academic researchers, what they do, they suggest that using inside-out approach, we should first explore potential vulnerabilities in our assets, find the overall attack surface, analyze them, study how things can go wrong in the presence of these vulnerabilities, and what things can go wrong, and what is the likelihood of the attacks, and etc. And when we talk about the potential vulnerabilities in our assets, it depends on the resources that we are using, ranging from the operating system, the services running on our assets. It can be web services or mailing services, and basically the software implementations that are running these services. So let me take and explain this with an example. Actually, let's say we have web services running on one of our assets. Now, we should first explore vulnerabilities in the HTTP protocol itself. Basically, identify the vulnerability, identify the severity, and then appropriately patch them. Then, what we recommend as a researcher in academics domain is that we should explore the vulnerabilities in the software implementation. So basically, we have different software implementations of all these protocols. For example, if we are using, let's say, any web server, maybe Apache or anything else for that matter, we should explore the vulnerabilities in it, identify their severity, and appropriately patch them. Then comes the vulnerability analysis at operating system level. Same steps again we should take here also. Now, once the assets are secured, usually academic researchers, they recommend that after this, of course, we can go ahead with the outside-in approach, where we can try to test the security level from outside by using techniques like such as vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. And researchers usually they also categorize this as a black box approach, this particularly this outside in approach, because there is no inside information available, and the testers need to find ways in which an attacker can damage the assets from outside. Once it is known, different levels of security mechanisms can be deployed, and which like different security mechanisms, intrusion detection systems, intrusion prevention systems, web application firewalls, and so on. So overall, the academic research in SciSec domain suggests to use both the approaches for a proper cyber hygiene. And that's all from my side as far as academic point of view on security consolidation is concerned. Thank you.
Great, Dr. Nikhil. I think that was a good pulse of what's happening in academia and what are the areas of interest for researchers like you. What is the state of the art, in which direction, the research folks are marching ahead. With this, I'll come back to Anil ji, again shifting gears and coming to the corporate environment. So Anil ji, so when we talk about outside in approach, and particularly from a enterprise perspective, and that to a multinational large enterprise like Samsung, visibility takes center stage, right? And visibility of and for various stakeholders. Now, whether it is a responder or an investigator or a line of or a line business line leader or a board level member, what's your view on on ensuring the right visibility to these various stakeholders across the hierarchy, and how do you tackle these kind of, so what do you do, how do you build your, let's say, tooling kind of tools framework or services framework, or what's your approach to visibility across the hierarchies for the right stakeholders, so that they have the visibility of the right dashboards, right information?
Sure. Thank you. So, as Dr. Nikhil and Mr. Vikas and Mr. Vinayak also rightly pointed out, that assets are one of the first and foremost identification of attack surface, where the assets plays a key role in the primary consideration which we consider. So, the more we discover, the more we are aware about our environment, are aware about our assets, aware about our exposure to threat, platform, threat attack surface, the more we can assess and define the appropriate controls which are required to mitigate and thwart any attack which is likely to come. That's one aspect, and there are various tools which are available for BAPT. I would not name any specific tool, but various industry specific tools are available which can give you the good stronghold for these things. And secondly, the one important aspect that we have so many sophisticated, not in generally for my organization, but in general, I'm giving you from the enterprise perspective. that many organizations have different sophisticated solutions which might be working in silos. So there's a huge amount of log which are getting generated, but to get the actionable items from those logs is a where the value comes on real, actionable items where you can take action. Otherwise those logs are just piece of text which is lying unattended, right? And so many false positives which are there that may again give a leeway to the hackers that you may miss out the real incident which is likely to come. And apart from that, the other aspect of that, which you said, that we also need to build a framework. It's not just like point and approach, which you rightly mentioned, where you see and do a patchwork and that move away. No, you need to define a solid framework that should have a right framework with what all assets are being clubbed into it. Risk is being analyzed and mitigated, not only for your partners, whatever the collaborative platforms that you have, wherever you are giving the entry to the outsiders, and including your employees, including your business partners, inside out also as well as outside in. It's not that only one aspect is going to mitigate these things. We need to think holistically and see that that's what we do. So we take all into considerations, then as creation of asset registers. And one of the most important aspect is the one is a 5-step process which I was talking about. First is that you need to identify your asset these things. Then you should also have a incident response plan, because if you do not have incident response plan, then it may be a reactive approach. You may not find out what and how to protect because you are not prepared for that, right? And most of these attacks which has the strategy to land and expand. So we need to minimize the radius, the blast of the radius, which is going to affect through your segmentations of network and isolating your critical or jewel crown that we talks about, that we do. So there's a whole lot of systems. We use integrated platform management which consolidate and gives us a holistic view of all, including endpoints, servers, networks, all the aspects of technology and security, which they talk and give a collective actionable real-time threat perspective to take action on that. And also as you rightly mentioned, that whenever any issue happens, everybody looks at CISO. We invested so much, we have shiny firewall and this appliance is why this happened, right? So the security should also is moving. I'm happy to say that security is moving from not only from the security team, everyone is involved, including employee. They understand from I to you that without you security is incomplete. So that's where I think we are able to communicate. Over to you, Saket.
Great comments, Anilji. I think that was very insightful. Coming back to you, because we very quickly, because we want to spend some time with our participants in the Q&A. So, as the last few minutes, wanted to have your perspective on cloud security in particular. Coming from organization like Nika. So, any perspective that you want to share with our participants here on what you think are the key aspects of cloud security from a practitioner point of view. You are on mute.
Apologies.
Yeah, no
I
worries.
think the key points about cloud security would be to leverage cloud securely. Securely, I think there are too many topics to be aspects to be covered in a short conversation. But I'll say what you should do is ensure that you understand what you're adopting in cloud, be it from an infrastructure as a service like AWS or a SaaS. So what you need to do is the first adopt and ensure the security controls of the native solution are exploited well. Example, let's say you go to AWS, you ensure all native security controls are and best practices are implemented. You pick up the white paper of either AWS, Azure, or GCP and implement the best practices which are there. Second, you also have to understand that so what cloud does is that it gives you a different perspective or a different set of risks which come with it. So the advantages are like you get much better visibility than when you can get on-prem. but then all your assets are now online. So you have to ensure that when you build systems and applications, you have to ensure that whatever needs to be protected is not visible outside and is implemented with certain security controls. Then once you've implemented all the native security controls and understood it, then you should leverage newer tools like cloud security posture management and also certain other attack surface management tools to ensure that you optimize and ensure and find out what risks you may be facing. And finally, I think I'll say that whatever you finally deploy, let's say even if you're on the cloud, your application remains the same, whether it's on-prem or off-prem. So building a secure application with the same secure design principles which you earlier had, of shifting left, reviewing your BRD designs, and also ensuring your trained developers are trained on secure code practices, and having certain secure coding design principles which your engineering managers and other aspects should follow, would remain the same. So you've built in the same applications and then you ensure that they are followed. So I think to summarize, it will be to follow best practices of the native cloud security tool or practice which you use, and then continue to invest on the same principles which you did on on-prem. That would be my succinct observation on cloud best practices.
Great, great. I
And I
think,
think the last one
yeah.
would be to leverage tools and technologies from Cloud Security Alliance. I think they got a very good set of tools and technologies. Maybe that could also be a useful input.
Great, great. I think that summarizes it well, because cloud security, as we know, is public cloud has been proliferating like at a breakneck speed in the last 5 to 7 years, and uh, the unfortunate corona wave only accentuated the proliferation of the public cloud. So more and more the workloads have already moved and are moving to the public cloud, so on and so forth. So and we have 3 or 4 players who have been monopolizing this market. So going forward, the way the planet will be inherited by, looks like in the short term at least, medium term, by the public cloud providers. So we need to have very clear view, the way you articulated, on cloud security, especially for organizations which are cloud native, but even for most of other organizations which might be moving to the public cloud. So you need to have as you rightly said, a strategy in place. You have to exploit the native controls very well, right? And then you need to have all those hygiene practices which you are following on-prem. Make sure that you are adapting them in a cloud environment. So I think, yes, definitely quite insightful. Now, from a conversation and a time management perspective, we have around 6 minutes left. So I wanted to also take a few questions. If the participants have any questions, we'll be open to taking them now. You can see in the chat box or in the Q&A section. Okay, so we do have questions here. So I'll go by upvote. So we have. So I think you already answered. What are the effective and efficient security management policies for cloud security governance? So that, to a large extent, Vikasji had already, as part of our conversation, just explained. So then the next question is, we want to prepare framework considering all well-known frameworks. I'm not sure what is being.
I think there's a
what is
separate
being
Q&A
written.
section as well where there's some questions are written.
So I think the new questions are at the end of this.
Okay, so that's kept in. So let us go down to the latest questions. Okay. A lot of questions on cloud security. I think last 2 questions got answered very well by Vikasji. I'll just
Maybe I
go
can
a
just
bit.
add, I think someone was
Yeah,
mentioning what are the
please.
effective and efficient
Yes.
security management policies. Now, it all depends on organization to organization, but I will just say that Cloud Security Alliance is a good resource where you can go and pick up for specific clouds areas. They have got a good domain approach for all areas. But let's say if you are on AWS, you can pick up their AWS benchmark support. You can, for Azure, they have a separate one. For GCP, they have another separate one. So that can be kept. As far as I think someone additionally asked, how do you define the additional cost for security on the cloud? I wish everything was free, but I think I wish, let's say, the users told us that for all security we could just give it to you free. But I think unfortunately all the cloud service providers also charge for their native services, and I think therein lies the battle of understanding what is how cost effective. You can't blindly pick up any and every cloud native security control and implement it. One simple example would be, I will not name the solution provider, but there's a data discovery and tool. So now that's very, very costly on that particular cloud service provider. So you will not blindly pick it up. So there is always a cloud estimator and a pricing tool. Pick that up and then implement it. And yes, security is an expensive solution. So spend judiciously is all I say. And first work on first principles of securing and not allowing any data to be public.
Yeah. Saketji, if I can just interject, somebody asked, if there's a framework of frameworks which can be used for figuring out the security. I think a better approach, there are amalgamations of various frameworks, but it is better to assess one framework according to the requirements of the organization and then customize it to the requirement of the organization rather than looking for a framework of frameworks which supposedly would cover all aspects. I don't think there is any framework which is built so perfectly. So it is better to tailor one framework and use it to your requirement.
Yes, I think there are no magic potions, as you rightly said. It's it's different strokes for different folks. There's no single magic potion, and also we can't be lazy. We'll have to engineer our solutions based on our organizations, as Vinayakji and LG and Vikasji said. So depending on the nature of your environment, like you are saying, Vinayak, you will have to. You can't be lazy in trying to look for a magic potion or a one size fits all. It will never be. At least in cybersecurity. So with that, I have one last. Yeah.
If I can just add one more thing, we've spoken about a lot of technology and the framework, but what we missed out is the human factor. The people are our biggest strength and could be the weakest chain in the link also, link in the chain. So it's important to have that awareness program empowering the people. If somebody comes up with a problem or something which sounds out of the blue, we have to give that its due importance.
Correct, very correct. I think that because of the paucity of time, we couldn't cover many other points in cybersecurity, and we were limited by the topic and the perspective. Here, so one last question, any of you can pick it up, is so there's a question on how can you use zero trust to mitigate 5G security challenges, and there's a related question that with 5G coming in, there will be zillions and millions and billions of devices getting attached. So how do we tackle the attack surface challenge in that scenario? So it's largely around 5G, zero trust, and the increase in the attack surface because of the exponential increase in devices and the digital assets. So any of you can take the question, and this will be our last.
Saketji, if you want, I can answer this
Sure,
question.
sure, Anilji.
So, irrespective of any technology, the basic principle remains same. So, like zero trust principles, we have three principles of zero trust that we need to use to protect, whether it's 5G or other technologies. First is do not believe, just verify explicitly. So you authenticate all users, validate them based on their user identity, location, and device health, data classification, workload, various other parameters also that you need to do. And the other principle, use least privilege. So we need to limit user access just in time, allow them just in time, and just enough access so that we can secure our data as well as increase productivity and limit other issues. And third is assume breach. You need to protect an organization that you have a breach in your environment. So you need to, as I earlier mentioned, you need to have a containment of blast radius. You need to have a segmentation of users. You should have an intelligent system, good analytics, which gives you the whole perspective of an organization. What are the risks which are there that you need to define, the controls, and enhance your threat defense system. That's
Excellent, excellent. I think in very in a few words, you covered a lot in terms of the best practices. So your blast radius was pretty long. You covered a lot in the last question. So with that, I think we are nearing the end of the session. I hope and I believe that for all the participants and the esteemed panelists here, it was pretty enriching. The discussions were insightful. We all wish we had more time. Cybersecurity is such an interesting area, but I really, from the bottom of my heart, thank all the panelists for their time and insightful comments. I also thank the participants. I hope they found the session interesting and insightful. With that, I hand over the reins of the session back to Harshita.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Saket, and thank you all the panelists for a very insightful session. And it was really interested session. And thank you all the attendees for making this session interactive. We do have a lot of questions, and yeah, please feel free to touch with us if you have any further questions. We may take it offline as well. So with that, I would like to thank you everyone once again for joining us. And yeah, so this is the last session in this particular stage. Now we have a diversity track session by target at stage 1. So I request all the delegates to join us at stage 1. And once again, thank you for joining us in this particular session. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you,
Have a
everybody.
good day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all participants.
Thank you.
so ladies and gentlemen, the last topic for today is diversity track by Target, leading through advocacy and allyship. So we have our distinguished speakers. We have Shanti Maria, the Director, Diversity and Inclusion from Target. Over to you.
Hi, Navyata. Thank you so much for that. Hello, everyone. And you must be wondering why my name shows as Visagan and Visa's name shows as Shanti. We have, we're trying to sort out a technical glitch, but thank you for waiting for us. My name is Shanti Maria. I'm the director for DNI at Target. And I've been with Target for about 10 years, and I'm passionate about spearheading DNI initiatives through all the dimensions and giving back to the community through the CSR work that we do in India. And I'm truly, truly excited to host this panel today with the cybersecurity specialists on the board to discuss the importance of advocacy and allyship in promoting gender diversity and inclusion in the industry, in the community, and in our world, right? It is only through that active dialogue that we can be aware of what is working and what is not working. And when I say advocacy and allyship, what I mean is, though they are interrelated, they are two different things. Advocacy is when you support a cause, in service of a cause, the work that you're doing, where you are impacting people, where you are impacting decision makers, where you are able to help decision makers make better decisions for those groups in the community that are minority. Whereas allyship means that you are supporting the hard work to actively support a person or a particular group, maybe someone in your circle. So allyship and advocacy are interrelated but yet distinct. And here today we're going to talk about that through the panel that we will get to. But before I get to the panel, I want to take a little bit of time to talk to you about Target in India's own journey with DNI. And if we could move to the next slide, please. So over the years, we've laid a very, very strong foundation, and we've topped that up with intentionality, strategy, and leadership accountability. So that phrase that you see right now, all in commitment, that is the best way to describe Target in India's work on diversity and inclusion. It means focusing on every aspect of DNI. It means that everybody in the organization has a role to play in inclusion, has a role to play in making diversity a commitment, and a role that they are best positioned to play. And everybody contributes to that culture of inclusion. So it goes beyond just achieving a certain number in gender. It goes beyond just a percentage. It goes to think about different dimensions like persons with disability, opportunities for LGBTQ community, generational diversity. It goes beyond that. So that all in commitment is about shifting mindsets and creating an environment where one can be themselves with that sense of belonging. When you go to the next slide, please. All in commitment also means that inclusion and equity are business imperatives. Today, I don't think anybody in this room needs an explanation of how business is positively impacted with diversity and equity and inclusion. There are a number of business cases out there that tell you why you should be thinking in that angle, right? So we have strengthened DNI at every level in the organization at Target, like I said, by building leadership accountability and a strong ecosystem. If I go to the next slide, it kind of calls out all the career paths that we have, which lead women to thrive in our environment. Next slide, please. So we have programs like EMIP and Ignite that you see on the slide right now. The main purpose of these are to develop future leaders. EMIP is an engineering manager immersion program. It's like a rigorous 12-month program for women engineers to prepare them for senior manager roles in tech. And knowing that there are very few women in the tech industry, like, and globally less than 7% of them in the CIO and CTO role. So a program like EMIP becomes very, very imperative to even build that pipeline early on. Now, if I look at Ignite, which is towards the right, that is another program that is tailored for women team members at the mid management level to prep them for senior leadership roles. We'll move on to the next slide, please. We also create communities for women that help women network and connect and learn from each other. The Swati, which is one such network or an employee resource group, Swati stands for Security Women at Target in India. Or even Twine, which is Target Women in Engineering. Both these groups help women within Target in India, within the tech fraternity, to connect with each other, share their knowledge with each other, internally and externally, and contribute to the community. In fact, Swati's contribution to championing gender diversity through internal and external initiatives has seen it win industry awards. And we're so proud of how our women have taken charge to take the journey of inclusion forward. When I go to the next slide, please. We also support the external community beyond our own team members, our women team members at work. And the reason we support the external community is because we feel that diversity should go beyond the workplace, and it should go to places that can make a much more bigger scale of impact and in service of making our community better. So Upcurve is one such program that we do for young girls in STEM, with transitioning them from campus to the workforce, and what skills they need to thrive within the environment in technology. Because STEM programs have the least gender representation, we want to catch them young. We want them to instill that confidence that they can take charge of their careers. And over 2020 that we started the program, since its pandemic, Upcurve has grown to like 92 students. And thanks to us being able to work virtually, we were able to even go pan India, from one college to 8 colleges across the country, and also start tracks not just for technology but also for data sciences. So our intent is that the women should get closer to the workforce, whether that's at Target or outside Target does not matter, because at the end of the day, you're strengthening that community of women in technology. Elevate, Target Elevate on the right hand side is one such program where we invite all the women technologists in the industry to network, to learn from the best brains in the technology. And it's a platform where they can just connect with each other. There is zero cost for them, but a very, very curated program for them to be able to meet, learn, and inspire each other in different sectors. So while our vision is to bring all different dimensions, we're very proud of the work that we've done for gender inclusion. So if I move to the next slide, please. This is also another program that we do beyond gender, which is for persons with disabilities. Target Udan is a program that started with the same intent of giving back to the community, especially the group for persons with disabilities, where you pick a group, help them, train them on different skills to get them closer to the workforce. At Target or outside Target does not matter, as long as you're able to help them become more independent in their life choices and their life decisions. And with Udan, over the past 2 years, more than 50% of the cohorts have been placed across in different work streams at Target and elsewhere. And that's a sense of pride for us that we're able to contribute back to the community. If I go to the next slide, please. So today I can tell you that Target in India is one of the best in its gender diversity ratios in both tech and non-tech spheres. Women today account for 44% of our workforce, which definitely is one of the best in the India GCC space. And it goes to show that growth mindset and just the intentionality that we have has helped us get to that. And there is a long way for us to go, and there's a lot of partnership that we want to have with different organizations, different industry bodies to take the journey further. And I would be happy to answer more questions on DNI at Target. You can get in touch with me. You can write to shanti.maria@target.com. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. But now I really want to move ahead to the panel today, which reiterates the importance of all-in commitment through a very important topic around DNI, which is advocacy and allyship. We cannot truly achieve DNI without the support of advocates and allies. It takes a village to make a change, right? No conversation of DNI is complete without advocacy and allyship. So I'm going to introduce our panelists now, and I have group of three fabulous people who are going to come on stage right now. I'm going to first invite Ms. Rama Vedashri, who is the CEO of DSCI. She has a rich and varied experience of 30 years in the industry. She has had long stints at NIT Technologies, Microsoft, General Electric, and prior to moving to DSCI, she was VP NASCOM, leading all initiatives in domestic IT, e-governance, and smart cities, among others. So at NASCOM, Rama has also led the healthcare initiative in partnership with Apex Health Sector Body, Nat Health, and NASCOM DSCI Cybersecurity Task Force. So at DSCI, under her leadership, we are pursuing the cybersecurity industry growth charter to make India into a global hub for cybersecurity and grow to $35 billion by 2025. Wow, that is an ambitious goal, Rama. Thank you so much. She's also a gold medalist from University of Hyderabad, and she's also completed an executive education program from Harvard and a short program in high performance computing from Cornell University. Whoa, that was a really fabulous list. Welcome, Rama. Welcome to the conversation.
Thank you.
The next person I'm going to call is Sridhar Sidhu, also known as Sidhu. Sidhu is the Senior VP and Head of Information Security Services Group. He has 20 plus years of experience across industry, predominantly in banking, management consulting, technology, and manufacturing sectors of the industry. So Sidhu has experience working across startups to global financial institutions to management consulting organization. And he has a postgraduate in engineering and a postgraduate diploma in business management. More importantly, Sidhu is a very active ally for gender inclusion and inclusion of all kinds. Welcome to the conversation, Sidhu.
Thanks, Shanti.
The third person I'm going to call is Visagan Subarailu, also known as Visa. Visa is the Senior Director of Technology of Bangalore-based Target in India, an extension of our US retailer Target headquarters in the US. In his role, Visa leads a team that is responsible for building security engineering and cybersecurity capabilities for Target. So Visa joined Target 10 years ago as an information security leader. He has helped build full stack security engineering capabilities, and his current team works towards engineering solutions around endpoint, vulnerability management, identity and application security, enabling simple, seamless, and secure products. Visa is also passionate about diversity and is an advisory board member of EMIP, one of the programs that I spoke about earlier. He also leads the Executive Women's Forum, EWF, partnership for Target in India, and Target Elevate, which is our flagship program for women in technology. So welcome, Visa, to the conversation.
Happy to be here, Shanti. Thank you.
Awesome. So I'm going to quickly get into the panel discussion today, and I request the audience to share their love, share their inputs, share their questions on chat. So my first question, actually, this is a question to all three of you. Maybe Rama, you could start, followed by Sidhu, and then followed by Visa. So how are advocacy and allyship manifesting in your organization for gender diversity or for diversity in general?
Yeah.
If
Thank
we have you share an industry perspective.
Yeah. Thank you, Shanti. First of all, thank you, Shanti and Visa and the entire Target team for partnering with DSCI in hosting this diversity session at most of our flagship events, particularly at Best Practices Meet. I think you set the context very well, Shanti, that advocacy and allyship is very important because a diversity agenda has to happen at a very broad scale, and the entire stakeholder ecosystem needs to come together. For example, why is it important to drive this advocacy? Is even if, let's say, a lot of our industry members are committed to this cause, when talent development needs to happen, we need that workforce to be hired from engineering colleges, from management schools. That means there need to be more women in STEM, more women in management disciplines and others. So it needs to start from there. That's why we need a broader advocacy with the entire stakeholder ecosystem, whether it is government, academia, industry, among industry members. It's not just a cause that HR or talent acquisition or one manager can drive. I think that commitment should come right from the board level to every hiring manager, which means it is a cause that needs to be evangelized internally and externally. And when you need to drive this, I think within a company, it may be very easy for one company to drive that charter right from a board level to every manager, every team member committing to it. But if you want to see this gender diversity at a overall sectoral level or in the long run at a country level, seeing more women in the workforce in every discipline that you can think of, I think those we need those partners in the ecosystem, just the way DSCI and Target have partnered to bring this diversity and increasing the women workforce. Although right now we are more focused on gender, I think there are a lot more other diversity hiring that we need to do in cybersecurity, but at least we started giving attention to this. And when we talk about advocacy, I think the advocacy should start at what is the business imperative, and then the rest of it on why do we need more women workforce. Some thinking around initially, if the workforce ratio is very less, for what kind of roles we need to build those kind of capacity building right from a engineering college, management school, or whichever undergraduate discipline from which we hire. So I think that allyship is very important both internally and with external stakeholders. Only then I think we can move the needle.
Yeah. Thank you, Rama. Sidhu, what about you? How does that show up in Wells Fargo?
Yeah, thanks, Maria. First of all, before I start, I need to take this disclaimer. Whatever I say here is based on my collective years of experience working in diverse segments, not attributable to any employer, either current or previous. Having taken that, point is that I work for a financial institution, whether it is in the North America side, in the Europe side, or even in Asia. From the very beginning of the industry, there are a good number of women who are part of banking sector services across the globe, right? That means on the business side, there is always more women than probably any other industry, if you take that, other than maybe teaching, right? Education. But the one that is different even in financial sector is the same level or the similar level of diversity when it comes to technology roles. Then on top of that is security roles. As Rama mentioned, it's extremely important to have the tone at the top, to have that understanding as core values, that diversity, as Rama also mentioned, is one is business imperative, and the second one is also is is the responsibility too, right? Uh, Both are equally important, and we can't undermine one segment of the talent that is available for bringing them on board. So it's like any other organization, even our organization does similar things. There are core values expected out of each one of us. There are programs like the Target, beautiful 5, 6 programs that you mentioned, other 5 programs. We do have similar programs to make sure that one, we kind of hire more, then give them opportunities to experiential learnings, and then slowly get additional trainings and all that kind of stuff. But it is very, very important to make sure that that continues across the spectrum, not just by people sitting at the top of the house. It is every male team member who is on the team, when we talk about diversity, should be an ally to a diverse team member, whether it is women, or PWD, as you mentioned, are LGBTQ. and having that allyship, and it goes a really long way to feel them included, and then be a sustainable workforce which is diverse in nature. Otherwise, we can hire people, but I don't think we can sustain without the allyship.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sidhu. So well said that it is not just a business imperative, it is also a responsibility that we have. Visa, I'm actually going to switch gears and ask you, what does it take to be a good ally?
I think it starts with intentionality, right? So the first step is to be able to understand the need and being very intentional about it. For me, the second step is learning, right? I come from a background of very orthodox system, and until I walked into a corporate life, followed by being part of Target, the concept of diversity and inclusion is not something I was familiar with. So it means that everybody has to be very intentional in learning and embracing, right? So the second step for me is, after intentionality, is learning. And the third step is unlearning, right? We all are wired in a particular way. We come with a lot of like biases that we're not conscious of. So after you learn, you have to start unlearning stuff, right? For me, after you do those steps, it's also important that you start looking at opportunities to contribute for an ally, right? So if you want to be an ally, it's not a numbers game, as Sidhu or Rama mentioned. It's about making sure that you look at all layers and see what opportunities exist. For me, the next step in the process would be what I call as a level playing field.
Mhm.
Our organizations, every organizations around the world have gone through years of a particular method of recruiting talent, grooming talent, or advancing talent, which means that every leader, if you're calling yourself as an ally or embarking on a journey to be an ally, it is very important that you challenge that ecosystem. Start
Yep.
going back to the grounds to say, okay, how do we make sure that there is a level playing field for me to do that? And of course, uh, unrivaled sponsorship, right? If you're embarking on the journey, how do you make sure that it's not one of those 15 minutes commitment for you on a daily basis, but a more dedicated time that you carve out to say, okay, how do I challenge, when I'm in a meeting, how do I make sure that every voice is heard? When I'm calibrating a talent, how do I make sure that I'm looking for rep- good representation? I'm applying the same lens for everybody, right? To me, it's a combination of all these things: intentionality, learning, unlearning, being conscious about being biased, and then spending a lot of time brainstorming and then challenging the ecosystem.
Thank you, Visa. And the point that you brought out about actually committing time and not just making it a check mark. So, do I know that Wells Fargo and you in your role has had an example where you are actually learning a new spectrum, a new dimension of diversity, and committing time to it? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure, Shanti. So, like everybody in India, generally start with gender diversity first, because that was primarily a significant population when it comes to diversity. Now that we are slowly getting better at it, it's equally important to look at the other segment of diversity. Like you mentioned earlier, one is people with disabilities, right? We have somebody who is in that category, but one of the best probably security engineers in a critical domain for information security. He's sits there right on the floor along with us, right? That is one. The second thing, particularly for security, Shanti, is that a lot of people from military services who are technical in nature. They work on technology, they work on development, they work on some of the critical communications part of the armed forces, which require a lot of security background, right? Those are the people who are, after 10 years, 5 years of programs, planning to come to industry, and one, to support the security aspects of the organization, and two, also have a long-term career progression as well. So that's one, we're doing it. The third one is, again, particularly for cybersecurity, neurodiversity is a significant, area of focus. For the simple reason is, at the end of the day, cybersecurity is looking at identifying anomalies, right? For lack of a better word, finding a needle in a haystack.
Yeah.
And if you really look at some of these neurodiverse people, particularly with Asperger's syndrome and other ones, they have this unique ability of synthesizing information and putting it in such a way that probably a neurotypical person cannot do. Right? There
Yeah.
are really certain functions where the neurodiverse people can do a lot better. So we are trying to experiment with it. This year we started. We see a lot of good results. I'm sure, like any other organization, we want to take slow steps, but that's another one. So outside of gender, to summarize, people with disabilities, then LGBTQ. By the way, we hired few people last year. This year we're hiring through the various channels, and neurodiverse talent. So these four are equally on equal footing, slowly going in all the four directions to see how we can be even more better diverse organization. One, to serve in a better way to our customers, and also be a responsive and responsible organization in the country. So those are the four. We are looking at additional dimensions of diversity.
Thank you, Sidhu, and more power to you and the team that is thinking about other dimensions as well. Rama, my next question is to you on what are some of the gaps that you're seeing that exist today?
Yeah. First of all, compliments to Sidhu for widening our horizons of diversity, because I think gender is still the primary driver that we are every all of us are committed to. But the interesting points that he brought about, not just LGBTQ but also neurodiverse people can contribute to cyber preparedness. Great work, Sidhu. I would say the challenges would be is, overall, I think diversity in the technology industry that needs to improve. I think that is improving. Then, when it comes to cybersecurity, the challenges would be at various levels, right? One is
Mm-hmm.
at the entry level, mid level leadership, and the specialized disciplines, right? Right from, let's say, you look at the number of CISOs, or you look at within those CISOs. Now the roles are very specialized in any cybersecurity team. Somebody is just focusing on, let's say, security engineering. Somebody else is only focusing on threat intelligence. We need those deep dive AI machine learning specialists if you're a security technology company. So I think some of the challenges is as we move the needle in diversity, we, I mean, we still have a long way to go to just bridge the minimum gaps at all levels. If I do a scan of the CISO ecosystem in India, I think there are very few handful. But what is heartening is no need to lose heart on it, because if we compare with the number of women CISOs 4 years back, 5 years back to now, there is a significant change that we see. So are we pushing the needle? And the challenges would be is now how do we map what are all the emerging roles and build that leadership pipeline for the leadership mid level and entry level, and across all verticals. As Sidhu said, banking traditionally has had a very good diversity, particularly gender diversity across the banking industry or BFSI industry, our tech industry also. But if you look at making a sea change in India, I think we need to look at various other sectors, public sector enterprises, state governments, central governments. Even now, when we go into a CISO forum, we will see so many very very low representation of women speakers, women delegates, women officers, right? So I would say we are just moving the needle in a very slow way, which is still a good step, I believe. But I think we need to now look at where the gaps are at mid level, leadership level, and entry level, and what kind of specializations need to be done. Should there be some bridge courses that we can convince some engineering colleges and management schools to have? Or the way DSCI and Target partnered with the Executive Women's Forum, where we did a leadership training program. Maybe we need more of those kind of management development programs so that some of the mid-level security professionals can aspire and get trained to become a CISO in the near term of next 3 to 4 years. So I would say this would be the challenge.
Thank you, Rama. Beautifully put that you have to think about the pipeline to sustain all the great work that we have started doing. Visa, I'm going to come to you with the next question, which is how can leaders and advocates instill that culture of inclusion in their organizations?
I think it starts with walk the talk. The leaders have the responsibility of demonstrating not only in their professional life, if possible, a little bit on their personal life too. In my chat before this conversation, I remember Sidhu mentioning an experience on his personal life. I'm going to share a little bit about my personal life where I had an opportunity to help my wife go abroad for 2 years for pursuing her career aspirations. And what that does to you is like you're not just preaching, but you're actually walking the talk. That gives a sense of contention that you can now walk into your office space and say, hey, I'm not just doing this for the sake of the professional engagement, but I'm walking the talk. And it's important you share those moments with your team members, with your peer leaders, so that they see the value in it. Secondly, when I spoke about learning and unlearning, it's also important that we as a leadership group challenge each other, brainstorm about all the aspects that I spoke about. What is the value that we are bringing in? How do we make sure that we showcase success stories, celebrate the outcomes of the intentionality that we've shown? Otherwise, you use the word ecosystem. It has to be a sustainable ecosystem where the leader is the torch bearer there to say, we've crossed the numbers game now, representation. Now we are going to sit down and make sure that every aspect of our talent recruitment, calibration, advancement, we're going to make sure that we challenge each other, and we are going to hold each other accountable. It is very important that the leader demonstrates that kind of a behavior, so that one, people start following suit on that. Two, they start understanding, okay, why should I do this? What is in it for me, right? Or what's the business imperative with this? So I think it all boils down the idea of healthy conversations, a lot of brainstorming, and walking the talk.
Thank you, Visa. Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for being an ally even in your personal life. So then I'm going to move to you. What do you think leaders can do, and what is your personal motivation to contribute to inclusion?
Well, my personal motivation, first all, it all started with my mom is a teacher, right?
Mhm.
So from the very beginning, my family, both my mom and dad, they were seen as more or less equal partners. I will say more or less because 50 years ago, probably there are certain things, not everything is equal, right? But still, she's an equally earning member of the family. Second is my sister, who is way smarter than I am. So we know that what kind of capabilities that they have. Then I married somebody who is a doctor, specialized in pandemics and epidemics, and I have two daughters. So I'm the minority in the family, right? So the kind of question is diversity, underrepresented. I am underrepresented in my own family, right? But all the jokes apart, the first thing that we did is that, hey, look, it's important for people to see the role models. That's why we first started with getting somebody to be at the senior most level,
Mhm.
reporting into me as leaders, right? And we looked at who are really extremely good engineers and engineering managers, not necessarily whether they manage 200 people or 100 people. That's not the criteria. For people to see a frontline intern to an engineer to a manager, to see that, hey, this is the path for me to have that person. So that's what we did. We ran for almost 6 years the program. This is the seventh year running. And that's the reason why we have campus grad to VP level, maybe soon to an SVP level. We have people because people need to see that this is not just as Visa mentioned, walk the talk. It is not just that for the sake of numbers. Somebody is hiring at the junior level, and then what is the career progression? Intentionality, again, as Visa mentioned, to continuously help them upskill themselves. Another interesting case is actually, which is more heartwarming, is that there is somebody, without taking the name, in our organization who was running the technology help desk call center.
Mhm.
That girl moved into identity access management, did operations, then did risk management, governance. Today, she is the head of technology risk for another financial institution in a matter of 7 years. So look at from running a technology help desk call center to the technology risk head for a global financial institution out of India, right? It is possible if one, we understand their skill sets, and most importantly, if they are ready to upskill themselves and explore what they can do. So all factors included, and it is important that everyone plays their part.
Yeah. Thank you, Sidhu. That was a powerful example of that career progression that this person has had. And you are surrounded by powerful women, obviously. And Rama, I'm going to move to you. What is your personal motivation to support the cause of inclusion?
Yeah, personally for me, Shanti, I mean, actually spent 35 years of my career in India geography, while I've done a little bit of work in Asia Pacific and other geographies. 99% of my work has been India geography. And when I started very early, I would engage with technology teams. Those days, they were not really CIOs, they used to be GMIT or IT heads or IT secretaries of states. I used to work a lot with state governments. Anytime we would go for any workshop where you're always presenting on something, on a new technology initiative, maybe an ERP or an MRP system, the management teams more or less used to be fully men, hardly any women. So often I've done work in mining sites in Donimalai and of a national
Mhm.
mineral development corporation, refineries, very early days, when you're even trying to explain to management teams or why they should computerize even a basic financial accounting system or a business. I'm talking 30 years back. And it would always be challenging, for a lady professional to travel to these remote customer sites. And 90% of the time you're all alone. It started from there, if you ask me. And even now, sometimes I do see that when we go into a large government project discussion, there are very few women in the room when those discussions are happening, even now in a large IT projects in many states and sometimes center also. But things have changed. So for me, the motivation is when I started out in the IT sector in India, there were very few women in the customer side when I used to engage, and that's how we used to consciously hire more women professionals in the teams that I have worked on. And now in DSCI and previously in NASCOM, it is driving this gender diversity and overall inclusion agenda, both when I was in NASCOM and now in DSCI, so that there is more women workforce in deep tech disciplines. That's the evangelization we do. Now, when I started taking over in the security, both my team and I, we realized that there would be very few women leaders coming in into our deliberations, into our workshops, into our conferences. So we put a very conscious effort. And then when we realized the cybersecurity job roles and talent pool is mainly in the big metros, then we looked at how can we look at evangelizing cybersecurity as a career in tier 2, tier 3 cities. And here a big ally was found in Microsoft philanthropy team, which partnered with us, funded us to be able to take cybersecurity deep skill training to remote locations. All of this is very energizing. When we now look at a CISO, having those deep tech deliberations in a large room of CISOs coming from a critical infrastructure sector like energy, oil and gas, I think that's very motivating. Or in large bodies, till recently, she just retired. We had a woman CISO in National Informatics Center. For me personally, I think the motivation is when I started very early, I would always work on customer project engagements where I would never see, any woman leader in the technology domain also. And that I think was something that I tried to espouse across all my roles.
Yeah. And Rama, I'm sure you've made so many positive decisions for gender inclusion within the cybersecurity teams and the community, and thank you for that. I know we started this session a little late due to some technical glitches. So, if there are any questions from the audience that we have not been able to answer, we commit to answering it on an email to all of you. So I would request one of the organizers to maybe compile if there are any questions that we have missed. Um, Thank you, Rama. Thank you, Sidhu. Thank you, Visa, for the great insights, your personal journeys, and your personal motivation around inclusion, around advocacy and ally. So, for the audience, if you're in the room and if you have been able to take away even one tip to become better allies and better advocates for inclusion, that would be a success for this conversation. Thank you so much for your time. I'm actually going to end this panel discussion with one of the quotes by this author called Frances Faye. She's also a researcher who said that the burden of diversity should not lie on the diverse, right? So we are all there to bring up those communities that have not been noticed, bring up the talent that has not been noticed through those various intersections in our organizations and the work that we do. So more power to all of us to continue inclusion overall. And thank you so much for your time. I hope all of you have a great rest of the evening and continuation of this conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us virtually. Thank you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the conclusion of the Best Practices Meet of day one. Thank you, everybody, for joining us virtually today. A heartfelt gratitude to all our proud speakers, sponsors, and exhibitors for their tremendous support and contributions. And I am immensely excited for the much awaited on ground event in Bengaluru tomorrow at the Four Seasons Hotel. The venue opens at 8:30 a.m. Please note that the people who are joining us virtually can also catch the day two event telecast on our YouTube channel and virtual platform, Zuddle. Catch all the BPM updates, moments, and views on our Twitter page by the handle DSCI_Connect. You can also tag us and share your feedback with the event hashtag BPM 2022. We look forward to having all of you at the venue tomorrow. And please visit the website for day two agenda and register right now. The 10 lucky delegates out of the first 100 delegates arriving at the registration desk tomorrow at the venue will stand a chance to win exciting prizes worth rupees 10,000. Yes, you guys heard me right. All of you guys can stand a chance. So the 10 lucky delegates out of the 100 delegates who will quickly walk in and register tomorrow will stand a chance to win exciting prizes worth rupees 10,000. And if you would like to be the lucky one, please register for the on-ground event. And if you haven't already done, and stand a chance to win exciting prizes on your early arrival. The winners will be announced at the physical event tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, for joining us virtually once again. For all our virtual delegates, the session proceedings will start from 9:30 a.m. with a workshop by Palo Alto Networks. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for all that love and support. And this is your host, Napita, signing off. Namaste and thank you.